Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Applies to 2024 Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa base models. Trim level described with higher MSRP. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP excludes $13.90 destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
An orthopedic surgeon can replace a damaged joint, but they can't replace time. For you, or for the person who has to drive you around. That's why you need a surgeon who's close to home. At RWJ Barnabas Health, we have the specialized care you need to get moving again. Do it right. Here. Visit rwjbh.org/ortho. RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Injured in an accident? Your case in the hands of one lawyer may settle for $100,000, but in the hands of the right law firm could be worth millions. The Rothenberg Law Firm has been representing injury victims for over 50 years, winning and collecting billions for our clients. And we're not stopping now. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888, or visit us at injurylawyer.com.
The lawyer for injured ones, injurylawyer.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Welcome back as we wrap up the Nissan Mets pregame show, getting set for Game 3 of the National League Division Series between the Mets and the Phillies. Our player to bank on tonight is Brandon Nimmo, brought to you by California Cryobank. Build your family with the #1 sperm bank in the United States. Pitching matchup one final time. Sean Manaea gets the ball for the Mets against Aaron Nola. That'll do it for the Nissan Mets pregame show. On the other side, we join Keith Redd and the Hall of Fame radio voice of the New York Mets, Howie Rose, for lineups and first pitch. Game 3 of the NLDS, Mets and Phillies, coming up right after this.
The Nissan Mets pregame show on Odyssey Mets Radio has been brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum. Sloman's Home Security. The difference is human. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit peerlessboilers.com to find a dealer near you. Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life. Margaret Teets, Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power. 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's cars with a K to donate your car today. And by ELEC 825. Building our future.
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
It's 2024 Mets postseason baseball on Odyssey Mets Radio.
Swinging a high fly ball, well hit right center. Harris going back. It's on the way. It is gone. Into the brink. Bullpen in right center field. Francisco Lindor has an MVP moment. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Pretty well hit. Frelick back at the wall. He jumps. It's gone. He did it. He did it. Pete Alonso with the most memorable home run of his career.
3-1. That's cracked in the air, right field. Castellanos going back, looks up. It's gone! Nemo gives the Mets the lead.
Vientos hits it high in the air. To left field, it's got legs. It's deep. It's back near the wall. It is gone! Mark Vientos has added yet another chapter to what is becoming a ridiculous postseason. Diaz ready. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Put it in the books.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Rothenberg Law Firm. InjuryLawyer.com. Casamigos Tequila. Brought to you by those who drink it. Thrivewell Infusion. The official IV sponsor of Odyssey Mets Radio. Visit ThrivewellInfusion.com. Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit PeerlessBoilers.com to find a dealer near you. Gin and Juice, a premium seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives. The New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. And by Berkeley College. Your potential is our promise.
And live from Citi Field in Flushing, Queens, this is New York Mets baseball. And this evening, Game 3 of the National League Division Series between the New York Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies. A ruckus crowd here at Citi Field getting set as this series, a best-of-5, is tied at a game apiece. The Hall of Famer Howie Rose will be along with us in just a moment. My name is Keith Rad. Series pivoting now to New York. It'll see lefty Sean Manaea for the New York Mets and right-hander Aaron Nola for the Philadelphia Phillies. Today's game time temperature 69 degrees, sponsored by Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Go to PeerlessBoilers.com for a dealer near you. This is a crowd here at Citi Field that cannot wait for this game to start, and in fact, neither can we. We'll be back. Take a look at pitching matchups, have starting lineups next on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Discover the legacy of luxury at Bill Vince's Bridgewater Acura with over 35 years of excellence. Explore the latest lineup, the new 2025 Acura Integra MDX, the 2024 Acura RDX and TLX, and the new all-electric ZDX. You can also explore our diverse selection of high-quality used cars, meticulously inspected and ready to hit the road. Your next adventure starts here at Bill Vince's Bridgewater Acura. Visit BridgewaterAcura.com to discover unparalleled sophistication and precision performance. Find us at 1231 US 22 in Bridgewater.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com, because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
When you need commitment, compassion, and customized care, Margaret Teets Nursing and Rehabilitation envelops you with a warm and welcoming environment. Offering short-term and long-term care, Margaret Teets Nursing and Rehabilitation is a trusted hospice care known for their groundbreaking alternative holistic services and music therapy. Call 718-298-7800. That's 718-298-7800.
When you care about somebody, you only want the best.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
While everyone is listening to the ball game, the Engineers Labor Employer Cooperative is hard at work rebuilding our infrastructure. Whether it's transportation, water, or energy projects, ELEC and the Operating Engineers 825 are ready to get to work building our bounce back.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
Back here at Citi Field, getting set for Game 3 of the National League Division Series. And again, it's good to be home. The Mets have not been home in a long time, more than 2 weeks. And in fact, we've seen people from the Brewers and the Phillies throwing out the first pitch of their home ballparks. Well, Keith Hernandez just threw out a first pitch to John Franco. So again, it just feels good to be back here at home at Citi Field. Pitching matchup for today is presented by Ridgewood Savings Bank, multiplying the good for over 100 years. For the Mets, lefty Sean Manaea, who, as he said yesterday, isn't this his best season or this and that? He said it's his proudest season. The Mets have to be very proud with what he has done for them to get them to this point. During the regular season, 181 innings, 184 strikeouts, and the best mark for Manaea in his career, keeping opponents to just a .202 opponent's batting average. And going into that start in Milwaukee, his first postseason start of this year, there was a little bit of history for Manaea in the postseason. It had not gone well, whether it was a start or a relief appearance, whether it's with Oakland or San Diego. Just a bad taste in Manaea's mouth. Well, he came out last time against the Brewers and was great. 2 runs over 5. He basically turned in his best postseason start of his career. And again, it's apropos because it's happening during this season. However, for Manaea, he did see, of course, the Phillies during the regular season, but he saw the Phillies 2 years ago in their march toward the World Series, and it did not go well. 5 runs, 4 hits in a relief inning and a third. And so Manaea, again, will try to pitch with a little bit of that bad taste in his mouth against the Phillies, looking for some retribution. Aaron Nola, the veteran, going for Philadelphia. He's obviously been terrific over his 10 Major League seasons. He has pitched in every series, wild card, division series, NLCS, World Series. He's had trouble in the later rounds. In the early rounds, he has been exceptional. Wild card round ERA of nothing in 2 starts. NLDS like tonight, 2 starts, a 1.54 ERA. So he has been tested in these moments and has come up big. So Manaea against Aaron Nola. Those are the pitchers. We'll talk starting lineups and have first pitch next on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Applies to 2024 Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa base models. Trim level described with higher MSRP.
Hey Bills fans, thanks for hanging out with us today for the NFL matchup on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, depending on where you're watching.
So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
Hey Mets fans, Flagstar is bringing banking to the big leagues. Now we have even more accounts and services available, from simple savings.
Cheers, baseball fans. Thank you for hanging out with us during this Division Series MLB postseason matchup. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more baseball fans and sports fans here to the chat to help you cheer on your team. Where are you watching from in the chat? Let us know. Say hi and hit that thumbs up button. We'll be right back to the baseball action. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's have some fun. Let's keep it classy. And good luck to your team. Hope they win and move on to the World Series.
According to plan, accidents happen when you least expect them. If you've been injured, visit the Rothenberg Law Firm at injurylawyer.com.
Back at Citi Field ahead of NLDS Game 3, Mets and Phillies. Today's Salute to America has been brought to you by the Ray Katina family of dealerships. Visit them at raykatina.com. Today's anthem was performed beautifully, I might add, by Chloe Lowry here in this building that is jam-packed, and they still are fighting their way in to get to their seats at Citi Field. Well, first pitch just a couple minutes away, and today's starting lineups are sponsored by Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda for the Phillies, who, of course, won the National League East for the first time since 2011, managed by Rob Thompson. The designated hitter, Kyle Schwarber, leads off. Shortstop Trey Turner bats behind him. Bryce Harper plays first base and bats third. Nick Castellanos, the hero in Game 2. He hits cleanup and plays right field. Third baseman Alec Bohm bats fifth. The catcher, veteran JT Realmuto, hits sixth. Austin Hayes bats seventh. He's in the left field today. Second baseman Edmundo Sosa bats eighth. And the center fielder Johan Rojas bats ninth. Aaron Nola making the start. Nola, who's always been a workhorse, turned in 33 starts this year during the regular season, 14-8 with a 3.57 earned run average. Now for the New York Mets, managed by Carlos Mendoza, a team that won the 6th spot in the National League wild card. The shortstop, Francisco Lindor, leads off. Behind him, the third baseman, Mark Vientos. Brandon Nimmo hits third and plays left field. First baseman, Pete Alonso, is the Mets' cleanup hitter. Behind Alonso in the 5 spot, that's the second baseman, Jose Iglesias. The DH to start the game at least will be Jesse Winker batting 6th. Then Starling Marte's in right field hitting 7th. Tyrone Taylor bats 8th and plays center field. And Francisco Alvarez, the catcher, rounds out the lineup, batting 9th with Sean Manaea taking the ball. 32 regular season starts, 12-6 with a 3.47 ERA. And once again, as he did all regular season, his walkout music, Just the Two of Us, by Bill Withers. Today's uniforms brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life. flagandanthem.com. The Mets, as they should, wearing their home whites with the blue pinstripe. Pinstripe top, pinstripe pants. Mets written in blue across the chest. Trimmed in orange. The blue hats with the orange NY. And for the Phillies, they are in their road gray tops and pants. Red belts, red socks, red helmets with the white bubbly P on the front. When it's game time, it's Tully time. The first pitch is brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. Be sure to grab a Tullamore Dew during tonight's game. Game 3, National League Division Series. The Mets and the Phillies, this best of 5 tied at a game apiece. John Franco getting this place going. Orange towels waving. We are ready to go, and so is the Hall of Fame radio voice of the New York Mets, Howie Rose.
All right, Keith, thank you very much. And I suppose it's fitting that Sean Manaea's walk-up song, walk-out song, if you will, is performed by Bill Withers, because as opposed to early in the game in Philadelphia right now, there ain't no sunshine. save for just a little patch in right center field, but nothing that will be problematic for the hitters or the outfielders. I was talking to Harrison Bader about that before the game. He said it won't be an issue at all between the hour later start time and the fact that it's kind of overcast today. There won't be the issue that there was the first 2 games in Philadelphia. Other than the fact, of course, that we got to get Tom Verducci to be quiet so that the network stooge can tell the home plate umpire that, 40-odd thousand people can actually see a baseball game. And I believe they got the go-ahead, and Sean Manaea is about to go to work against Kyle Schwarber. The first pitch of the game, swing and a miss, strike 1. Starts him off with a sinker at 94. Schwarber is 2 for 10 so far in this series. The first of those hits, of course, a long home run in Game 1. And the 0-1 taken on the outside edge, another sinker. And Manaea quickly ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Schwarber is 2 out of 6 with a home run against Manaea. And immediately Schwarber calls time. And the fans, as opposed to the red October sea of red in Philadelphia, all blue here waving orange towels. The 0-2 breaking ball low and away. Squirts to the left of Alvarez. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes to Schwarber. Trey Turner is on deck and Bryce Harper to follow. And the Mets play Schwarber as decidedly a pull hitter, both on the infield where they swing around to the right and the pull in the outfield. So Manaea from the third base side of the rubber deals 1-2 and a breaking ball low and away. The sweeper, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Keith told you about the problems Manaea had with the Phillies a couple of years ago in the postseason, but that sweeper is an example of the difference. The 2-2 fouled back to the screen, a fastball. And Manaea was saying, I'm a completely different pitcher than the one that the Phillies beat a couple of years ago. For one thing, he developed that sweeper last year. And this year, of course, as we've talked about since approximately midseason, dropping his arm angle, and it's made all the difference. 2-2, now the pitch. Swing on a high pop foul, straight back, out of play. That's defensive alignment, sponsored by Orland & Cohen Orthopedic Group. Experiencing orthopedic pain, they've got specialists for that. Alonso at first, Iglesias at second, Lindor at short, and Vientos at third. Nimmo, Taylor, Marte left to right. In the outfield, 2-2 to Schwarber. Swing on another pop foul, third base side, long run. Vientos with Nimmo, but it's going to reach the seats behind the tarp. And so Schwarber having a real good at-bat here. He has already made Sean Manaea throw 7 pitches. And Schwarber is a guy who you look at as a left-handed batter, you say, well, maybe this should be a pretty good matchup for Manaea, but Schwarber hit 300 against lefties this year. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and a drive, well hit to center. Taylor going back onto the track with a little bit of room. He makes the one-hand catch, and there's 1 man away.
Well, right away, Howie, this building shows up. It's different to play here than it is at Citizens Bank Park. This place, more of a pitcher's park, which may help the Mets contain some of the big bats like Schwarber and Harper. That was well struck out to center, stayed in the yard. May not have down in Philadelphia.
It's 401 to straightaway center in Philadelphia, 408 here. Trey Turner takes high, 1 ball and no strikes. And, of course, in Philadelphia, they have that very short outfield wall in dead center field, and then the shrubbery. The 1-0, breaking ball over a called strike. The sweeper. 1-1 to Trey Turner, 2 out of 8 in the series, 5 out of 16 with a homer against Manaea. The 1-1 pitch just missed the outside corner with a sweeper, 2 balls and 1 strike. Doug Eddings, who hunts strikes, is the home plate umpire. Very pitcher-friendly home plate ump. The 2-1 taken for a called strike, a changeup, 2-2. Turner had briefly shown bunt and then pulled the bat back. But Eddings is as friendly to a pitcher as any home plate ump in baseball. 2-2 to Turner. Swinging a ground ball to short, right at Lindor, 1 step to his left, throws to first in time, 2 men away. And the rest of the umpire lineup, along with Eddings, you got the crew chief James Hoy at first, Carlos Torres at second, Rob Drake is at third, Andy Fletcher on the left field line, Edwin Moscoso, the umpire on the right field line, and now here is Bryce Harper. Well, you need to keep Harper in the ballpark for very obvious and maybe somewhat more unrealized reasons. The first pitch on the way to him, swing and a little pop foul outside third. Viento's charging after it, but he can't get to it in time. It skims the railing next to the dugout, and the count 0-1. Obviously, Harper, a tremendous power hitter. He is, of course, coming off of a long home run and the hit that started to turn the game around for the Phillies the other day. But as a Philly in the postseason, when he homers, the Phillies don't lose, literally. The 0-1 swing and a miss at a fastball. It's 0-2. Phillies 11-0 in postseason games, during which, since joining the Phillies, Bryce Harper has homered. Outfield straightaway, although the infield swings to the right. 0-2 pitch. Swinging a hard hit, grounded to the left side, backhanded in the hole by Lindor. Long throw is right there. Side retired. Nicely done by Francisco Lindor. The Phillies go in order. Middle of the first inning. It's the Phillies nothing and the Mets coming up on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center. Saving lives drip.
Want to save money on your home heating oil this season? Call Sloman's at 866-OIL-DEAL. You can save hundreds. Just call 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL.
Come home to SNY. About to get to here on our postgame show as our team covers your team with all the postgame reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan Postgame Live tonight.
Hey, you. Yeah, the one that
unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. Redefine your driving experience with Honda, KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
No one plans on heart problems, but everyone should have a plan for them. At RWJ Barnabas Health, we help patients of all lifestyles and medical histories plan for healthy hearts. With the latest technology and a highly specialized team of nurses, cardiologists, and surgeons, our network offers the most complete heart and vascular care in New Jersey. Make plans for a healthy heart with RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together. Visit rwjbh.org/heart.
Do you need to upgrade your wardrobe this fall? Visit flagandanthem.com for premium quality clothes without the premium price tag. Super comfortable flannels, jeans, and quarter zips, even jackets and boots. Get 25% off your order with code METS24. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Well, the hand you hear in the background, and you might think it's for Francisco Lindor, but his will come in a moment. It's for Grimace.
Yeah, baby.
Yep, you got it. And now they've got, like, some kind of chicken Big Mac or something like that?
That I don't know, but I do know Grimace is not only here, but he rode the 7 line to get here, which was seeing some of those clips on social media before this thing started. Must have been a party on the 7 line today. I'm kind of jealous I didn't take the train in like that.
Well, I assume he paid the fare.
How does he fit his body through the turn? Well, I'm not going to worry about that.
Well, what we can tell you is that we're coming to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And now here is Lindor as he steps in to face Aaron Nola, who made 33 starts during the regular season. That was tied for the most in the major leagues. Came within 2/3 of an inning of hitting the 200 mark. He was 14-8 with a 3.57 earned run average. And he faces Lindor, who's gone 4 for 17. Doesn't sound like much, but he has walked 6 times, and that's ignited some late rallies. First pitch, batting left-handed, takes right down the middle, a called strike. 0-1. 94-mile-an-hour fastball from Aaron Nola. One of his many pitches, a specialty of his, is the knuckle curve. He'll throw that about 1/3 of the time. And now you hear the chant of MVP. The 0-1. There's that knuckle curve. It's in the dirt and goes to the backstop. 1 ball and 1 strike. Alec Bohm, the third baseman, is even with the bag and appreciably off the line against the left-hand batter. They play Lindor straight away in the outfield. Nola from the first base side of the rubber delivers 1-1. And a fastball hit high in the air to right center field, pretty deep. Rojas with Castellanos. Rojas calling, makes the catch on the warning track right in front of the 380 mark, and then slaps palms with Castellanos, the right fielder. 1 away.
Tell you what, we just said that about Schwarber, right? It's a different place to play up here. And for the Mets, they also are going to play up here, too, where it's a little bit harder to hit the ball out. They'll find out that down the lines is a little bit easier than trying to go out to right center in this place in October when it's a little colder than it was in June and July.
And both Schwarber and Lindor's balls might have gone out in June and July. We saw how differently this place plays month to month this year. Well, here's Mark Vientos. The first pitch to him, swing and a miss at a fastball. 0-1. Well, Vientos becoming one of the breakout stars of the postseason. 8 out of 20. 2 home runs, 7 RBIs. He has struck out 8 times. Nola with the 0-1 on the way. And that's line foul off the end of the bat down the right field side. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Nola this year was 1-1 against the Mets. He pitched a beauty against them here in mid-May. Complete game 4 hit shutout. And then late in the season, in September, the Mets got to him. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball swung out and missed. There's that knuckle curve, strike 3. And Vientos down on strikes. First strikeout for Nola. 2 up, 2 down. Brandon Nimmo coming up on the 13th against the Mets in Philadelphia. Though the Mets would win 11-3. Nola took the brunt of it, allowing 6 hits and 6 runs over 4 1/3 innings. And that was his second real shaky start. He struggled at times during September. So here's Nimmo, left-hand batter. First pitch, curveball in for a called strike, 0-1. Nimmo 7 out of 21 with a home run in this series. He's got a couple of homers in his career against Nola, .250 lifetime hitter against him. And the 0-1 on the way. Fastball high, 1-1. Mets and Phillies scoreless. 2 out, nobody on last of the first. Phillies with Harper at first, Sosa at second, Turner at short, Bohm at third. Hayes, Rojas, Castellanos left to right in the outfield. Real Muto catching. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball missed inside, ball 2. Nola generally has very good control. Walked 44 batters in that 199 1/3 innings this year. He's in the top 10 in strikeouts. He struck out 7th most number of hitters in the National League. Here's the 2-1. Fastball swung out and missed. A lot of life on that 94-mile-an-hour fastball. And the count 2-2. 2 out, nobody on last of the first. Pete Alonso waiting on deck, no score. And Nola with a left leg kick deals 2-2. Way inside near the shin of Nimmo, 3-2. Brandon says he's fine after that collision in the outfield with Mark Vientos on Sunday in Philadelphia. Fans didn't seem too interested in whether Nimmo ever got up or not. 3-2, now the payoff pitch. Brandon takes strike 3 called. A fastball on the inner half. And that retires. Almost looks like Brandon was looking for that knuckle curve. 2 strikeouts for Nola. The Mets go in order into the end of 1. The Phillies nothing. The Mets nothing. On Odyssey, Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
Let's go, Mets!
I'm Ashley Flowers, host of the #1 true crime podcast in the world, Crime Junkie. This Halloween season, we're getting into the spirit on Crime Junkie Radio with hair-raising episodes of Full Body Chills, Crime Junkie Radio.
Hey you! Yeah, the one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We really appreciate you being here. Please help our community grow. Take a minute to click that subscribe button and hit that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Now, if you're already subscribed, we appreciate it. Cheers, Insiders. Now, please share this link out as much as you can. Send it out to the social boards. Put it up on the social media, on Twitter. Get it out there. Let's bring more baseball fans here into the chat to hang out with us during these playoffs. Really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button as well as hitting that share button. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Share the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888 Mad Dog 6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Mets fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the Sirius XM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the Sirius XM app and search Mets.
Sirius XM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
3 of the National League Division Series tied at a game apiece. The Mets and Phillies are scoreless after 1. Now you can be a part of history by helping select the 2024 All-MLB team presented by MGM Rewards. Vote today for the players you believe have the best performance this season. Terms and conditions apply. See MLB.com/AllMLB for details. Same game time tomorrow for Game 4 when somebody will have a chance to wrap up this series. It will be Luis Severino. No, actually, they're holding Severino back, of course, potentially for Game 5. But tomorrow, the Mets are going to throw Jose Quintana against fellow lefty Ranger Suarez. I was going to mention that there's a good chance Severino starts Game 5 if it goes to that, but it's not set in stone. There are some other people and angles in play. Nick Castellanos leads off the second, takes a breaking ball outside, ball 1, because one of the big questions before the game was where exactly does Kodai Senga fit in? 1-0 to Castellanos, driven in the air to deep right field. Back goes Marte. He'll have a play on the track, and he makes the catch while backpedaling in front of the Payson Cadillac Club. 1 away for the second straight inning, and the third straight half inning. A hitter leads off with a long morning track fly ball. And with 1 out, Alec Boehm will be the batter. Kodai Senga threw 31 pitches, and of course was piggybacked in Game 1. Here's Boehm, right-hand batter, takes a breaking ball for a called strike, 0-1. So there are a lot of possibilities. David Peterson technically is in the bullpen for the Mets today, with Quintana ready to go tomorrow. 0-1 to Boehm, bouncing ball up the third base line, fair, backhanded by Vientos, long throw on one hop, he got him! Mark Vientos was in foul ground, his momentum taking him towards the Phillies dugout, and he threw across the body with every ounce of strength that he has on what is a strong throwing arm, and he gave Alonso a perfect hop to work with, and they got Boehm by a step. 2 men away, beautifully done.
You know, when the Mets were in San Diego, I asked Mark Vientos, who's your favorite guy growing up watching? He said, Manny Machado, and that was as close to Machado as Mark Vientos is going to get, you know, without all the other frills that came with it a couple of days ago.
Well, here's JT Realmuto, first pitch fastball outside, ball 1. Yeah, Vientos' throw was designed to go towards first base.
Not the dugout side.
Yeah, either one. Realmuto 0 for 6 in the series. 2 out, nobody on, no score in the second. The pitch, breaking ball over, a called strike. The sweeper, 0-1. Scoreboard update. The local Honda dealers contact 1 for a great deal today. Padres and Dodgers, as Keith alluded to, will be later on. That series tied 1-1. 1-1 to Realmuto, drilled hard and foul down the third base line. Beautiful catch on the carom by the ball boys, seated right next to the tarp. And it's 1-2. Yankees and Royals, Cleveland and Detroit tomorrow. 1-2 to Realmuto. Anaya deals. Inside he hit him. JT Realmuto hit on the arm by a 1-2 fastball. And that's how this game gets its first base runner.
And Manaya's been so good locating so far. 5 up and 5 down. He's kind of put the ball exactly where he wanted to get some tough hitters like Schwarber, like Harper. Tried to come up and in and did. Too far, though, and missed his spot big time.
A couple of things now. First off, by now the Mets have hit the most hitters of any team in the majors this year, but they run on Manaya. First pitch, though, hit on the ground to third. In a step, Vientos to grab it. Throws to first in time, side retired. And don't ever discount the possibility of Realmuto, even though he's a catcher, attempting to steal a base. He'll do that, but the Phillies are done in the second. A hit batsman, 1 left, middle of the second. And it's the Mets nothing, the Phillies nothing on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
The bottom of the second is the perfect time to brew up a cup of your favorite Bigelow tea and take a moment just for you. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Are your tires ready for the harsh winter roads ahead? Then go to Town Fair Tire for the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin winter tires, offering shorter stopping distances on ice and snow, thanks to their exceptional grip, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin winter tires and the most free services for life, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
When you're number one, it's always good to remember who helped you get there. For the Ray Cattina family of dealerships, it's an easy call. They're customers. It's why Ray Cattina is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York. Their game plan is simple. It's to always put the customer first with legendary customer service and the brands they trust the most. Mercedes-Benz, Lexus, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Land Rover, Infiniti, Jaguar, Mini, and Sprinter. Visit a Ray Cattina dealership or go to raycattina.com.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window & Door is New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen window and doors. The professionals at Brooklyn Window & Door will help solve any of your window replacement needs or applications. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door's award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100, A&E series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door at 1889 McDonald Avenue or call 718-WINDOWS.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip.
Well, I'm going to guess by drip, but that's just me. One thing we do know is that the heart of the order is coming up, powered by 10-to-1 Rum. Elevate your game day experience with 10-to-1 Rum's lineup of Mets-inspired cocktails. 10-to-1 Rum, a proud partner of the New York Mets. So the Mets and Phillies are scoreless going to the bottom of the second, and Mr. Peter Alonso should get quite a hand as he comes to the plate as we get set for this bottom of the second inning. It's beginning to build, just as we were starting to wonder less than a week ago in Milwaukee if his Mets career was about to end, because there's no telling what's going to happen once this season is over with. We get to the postseason, but I guess they saved the big hand for Pete for the pregame introductions. He just about sneaked into the batter's box, but he's ready to go against Aaron Nola, and he's had success against Nola before. First pitch on the way, hit high in the air to right field, pretty deep. Castellanos back at the track, at the wall, and it's gone! He hit it off the facing of the second deck, the Coca-Cola corner. Another opposite field home run for Pete Alonso. The Mets are leading by a score of 1-0.
And this is a matchup that we heard about coming in. We've heard about for years. Pete owns Nola. 5 homers, a .320 batting average in the regular season. How would it go today? Well, it went out to right. That's how it went.
And that has been something that's been a thing for Pete lately. Certainly the most memorable one in Milwaukee on Thursday night. That's the 5th opposite field homer he's hit since just about the end of August. Here's Jose Iglesias, right-hand batter. First pitch, fastball in for a called strike, 0-1. From August 27th until right now, that's 5 opposite field home runs. He'd only hit 2 like that in his first 131 games this year. And we've seen over the years he's got real good power the other way. The 0-1, a breaking ball outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. So everybody can come up with their theories as to why. But the fact of the matter is, if confidence was ever an issue with Pete late in the year, you can see it coming back now at the perfect time for him personally and professionally. The 1-1 breaking ball hit hard towards third base hit under the glove of the diving Bone. Picked up in left field by Hayes. He plays it in, and Iglesias is aboard with a leadoff single. Not a leadoff single. It's the second hit for the Mets, but it's the second after Alonso's leadoff home run. And so with the Mets up 1-0, Jesse Winker will be the batter. And, first couple of innings for the Mets during this postseason, largely it's been crickets, right? Their time has been the 8th and 9th innings. Winker, left-hand batter, first pitch, breaking ball over, a called strike, 0-1. innings 1 through 7 of the first 5 games of the postseason. The Mets have hit .209 with 3 homers and 15 RBIs over those 7 innings. 8 and 9, innings 8 and 9, a whole different story. The 0-1, fastball hit deep to right field. This baby has a chance. It's back at the wall. Castellanos jumps. He makes the catch, then does it come out on the transfer? No. They say that the ball was not cleanly caught, and as he picks up and throws into second, Iglesias gets there in time. Now, a ball was hit by Winker into Castellanos' glove, and as he was retreating and made the catch, he bumped into the right field fence. So the question now is, did the ball get jarred because of the contact, or did he have it secured in the glove long enough so that it would be ruled that he dropped the ball on the transfer? And the whole reason that Iglesias had to wait to get to second base is because he couldn't take the leap of faith that it was going to be ruled a non-catch.
James Hoy, the crew chief, just announced in stadium they're going to review this. I didn't hear if it was a Philly review or just simply a crew chief review. Truly watching this, Howie, I think Castellanos catches this ball, comes down with it in his glove, and then as he takes a step, drops the ball in the transfer. That's how I saw it. I can't believe the right field umpire, Edwin Moscoso, did not see it that way. He had a very close look down that right field line. But I think Castellanos makes this catch, and we'll see how, if they can review that he did, because it certainly looked like he was trying to get the ball out of his glove with his hand and fire in.
The only thing I would say to refute that is that for the play to be complete, he basically has to be in complete control. In other words, he can't be stumbling around with that ball until it ultimately is ruled that he had it long enough and was in position to make a strong throw on a transfer. I kind of agree with you, but they may be thinking that as he hits the fence, he's kind of off balance and never was able to come close to planting his feet. And that may be the way they interpret that play as being incomplete. It's kind of a judgment call, and it's a tough way to, adjudicate this through a video review.
And at the same time, too, you had basically Iglesias going towards second. He didn't know what to do, and then Winker came around first. He almost ran past Iglesias, but stopped. If you run past the guy in front of you, you're talking about outs on the base paths. But the Phillies, it looked like they had appealed to first to see if Winker did cross Iglesias' path. It looks like they also signaled that he did not, that was safe. So that was another part of the chaos in that play, with Winker kept running and Iglesias did not. So a lot to deliberate. I think that's why James Hoy is still on the line downtown.
Here it comes.
After review, the call in the field is overturned. It was a catch. The batter runner is out. The runner at second will be returned to first base. Philadelphia has both challenges.
So they feel that he did get into suitable enough position, which would basically be called control, and that the ball came out on transfer.
Yeah, it's the right call. I mean, I was just surprised Edwin Moscoso didn't see it that way down the line. It also happened so quickly. So that's one thing you have to do when you slow it down. When did he have the ball? When did he not? In real time, it happened so fast that it looked like he didn't have the ball.
I think Moscoso might have also seen that ball started to crawl up, but it did settle into the web. Here's Starling Marte. First pitch to him, swung on it high in the air to center field. Deep but playable. Rojas back. And he makes the catch, 2 men away. So 2 away, Mets leading 1-0. Let's pause for station identification.
This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
You're listening to the National League Division Series on SiriusXM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89.
With you at Citi Field, Mets lead 1-0. An Alonso homer, Iglesias on at first, 2 out against Aaron Nola. One thing about the ruling on that I think you can take some comfort in, regardless of who you root for. Tyrone Taylor hits one down the left field line that's hooking foul and out of play, 0-1. I think as much as anything, the ruling was the result of common sense. I mean, he clearly caught the ball. The question is, how long did he have control? No, seriously.
No, I'm laughing because I'm thinking of all the football reviews we've seen that we walk away going, what the heck is a catch anyway?
Right.
They got it right here. You're absolutely right.
He caught it. It's just a matter of how far do you want to stretch that rubber band to make a claim that he didn't have control long enough. Pitch to Taylor, taken for a called strike 0-2. The Mets already have their first run of the game, sponsored by Sloman's Home Security. Real security powered by real people. Sloman's, the difference is human. So the Mets leading 1-0, but they've hit some shots off of Nola in this inning. Taylor just 2 out of 16 in the postseason, and the 0-2 has taken high, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You're right about that. Lost in that Winker deal is that ball was crushed. We thought that was going out. Castellanos ends up making a beautiful play, but Nola's leaving some balls up, and the Mets are driving shots to the warning track.
Funny thing is, when the Phillies got Castellanos, they figured he'd be a DH, not an outfielder. That's where Harper was until he hurt his elbow. The 1-2 to Taylor, swung on him, missed strike 3. His follow-through taking him down to a knee as he was out in front of the knuckle curve, and the side is retired. But the Mets score a run on 2 hits, including an Alonso leadoff homer. 1 man left, and at the end of 2, it's the Mets 1, the Phillies 0 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Hold the entire show. Hold the show.
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of Sirius XM.
Campaign. We are raising money for Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. It is near and dear to my heart, as I wouldn't be alive today if it was not for that hospital there in Toronto. So please click that link, check it out, send a donation in if you can to support this awesome channel and this awesome community of Toronto sports fans that we have here, bringing you all of the MLB playoff games. Thanks again for being here. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to your team, and let's make a difference in the community.
Dem app. It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Mad Dog Russo.
Good afternoon, everybody!
Hear the passion.
Be aggressive. Get something done.
Hear the knowledge.
The game, folks, is about 2 plays. And that's what it comes down to.
Hear the personality.
I'm going to start here in an angry mood.
Get somebody on the radio!
That has made him a sports talk legend.
Does that make any sense to you? Drives you crazy.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Russo. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on Sirius XM.
Sirius XM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Get the best seats for the biggest games with a Mets season ticket membership. To learn more, visit Mets.com/memberships. Pete Alonso's home run has the Mets on top of the Phillies, 1-0 here in Game 3. Sean Manaea goes to work against Edmundo Sosa, Johan Rojas, and Kyle Schwarber as we begin the third, Keith.
Sosa, Rojas, and Schwarber, 8-9-1 for Manaea, who has faced just 1 over the minimum. He's thrown the ball well so far. The only base runner that he's allowed was a hit by pitch. Punked JT Realmuto in the shoulder. For Manaea, just 25 pitches. No strikeouts yet for Manaea, who struck out 184 in 181 innings during the regular season. So here's Edmundo Sosa, right-handed batter. Good lifetime numbers against Manaea. In fact, a lot of these guys have good head-to-head numbers. Sosa 4 for 8. First pitch, missed inside, a fastball.
Hit him.
Oh, he grazed him. Sean Manaea pointed immediately into the Mets dugout to see if Carlos Mendoza wants to review this. Sosa immediately dropped his bat, and Carlos is saying no challenge. So you're right, it grazed him. So again, you have Manaea trying to command the inside corner to a righty. He hit Realmuto. This grazed Sosa's elbow guard. And it looked like from the replay, Sosa might have wiggled that elbow a little bit in and then out, but in any event, he's on base. Here's Rojas. First pitch shows bunt, pulls back, and takes the sweeper outside. Ball 1. Rojas the speedster, and so with a runner on now, Vientos has to come in at third, and Alonso has to stay home to hold the runner on. So will Rojas bunt here? Middle infielder's back. Pitch right down the middle, a fastball strike, and it's 1-1 on the 9-man Rojas. Rojas just 1 for 3 with a walk in the series. He against Manaea, 0 for 5 lifetime. Manaea saw the Phillies twice during the regular season. And time called by Rojas. I saw them in London. That was a very, very not so great start for Sean Manaea and a loss for the Mets, who came back to win that second game against Jose Alvarado. That was a big turning point for the Mets this year. A look at first. Now the 1-1. Swing and a miss at a pitch way outside. Got him to flail over the changeup. And it's 1-2. That last time for Manaea was his final home start, September the 21st. That's Saturday. He went 7 against these guys. 3 runs, 3 hits. 1-2. Outside again. Tried the changeup. 2-2 on Rojas. 1-0 Mets, top 3. Kyle Schwarber on deck. Sosa stretches his lead off first. Alonso holding him on. Vientos back now at third with 2 strikes. Pitch. Swing and a miss. High heat. First strikeout for Manaea. Down goes Rojas. 1 away. So Rojas good to keep off the bases. Again, with the bat in his hands, 2 strikes, you eliminate the bunt. And Manaea eliminates it with 93 upstairs. That's the first Mets strikeout of the game, sponsored by Berkeley College. Take a swing at your future with one of our certificate or degree programs. Learn more at berkeleycollege.edu. So now Schwarber, 1-0 Mets. Pitch. Pumped across the outside corner, a sinker. Strike 1. Mets baseball brought to you by our local Honda dealers. Contact the dealer for a great deal today or visit tryhondadealers.com. Schwarber flew out to deep center his first time. Tyrone Taylor playing him to right center. 0-1. Wave and a miss to the sweeper away. 0-2. And right now Manaea against Schwarber like he did in the first inning. And then Turner and Harper. He's just executed. Putting that sweeper to the outside corner where he wants it. Towels waving, and Schwarber feels the pressure, so he calls for time. This place is packed to the gills. You see this building over a full season, the ebbs and the flows of the attendance. Everybody is here tonight. Deep breath from Manaea. Runner at first, 1 out. 0-2. Missed up high with a fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Schwarber, a home run in the series. That got us started in Game 1, a game that the Mets would storm back late and win 6-2. Phillies won Sunday 7-6 to even things up. Manaea set, infield back. Throw over to first, a very soft toss. And Sosa's already back before the ball even came close to Alonso's glove. First disengagement. Well, that game on Sunday that, again, Castellanos ended up walking it off. It felt like whoever was going to hit last was going to win. Now the Mets are home, and they get a chance to hit last for the first time in weeks. 1-2. High and away, missed with a heater. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that's that fastball Manaea trying to dot to the high outside corner. Schwarber back in, left-handed hitter. Red Sox pulled up high. 2-2. Popped in the air, foul. Slicing away down the left field seats. And into the crowd, 2-2. We are coming to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Alonso holding on Sosa at first, who hasn't even tried to bluff at all. Manaea keeping him close. Bearded lefty is set. Deep breath. The kick in the 2-2. Got him swinging. 95 up, strike 3. 2 down in the third. Manaea is saving his best bullets for when he needs them here. Blowing away Rojas, blowing away Schwarber. First 2 strikeouts of the game, and here's Trey Turner. Mets ahead 1-0 on the Alonso bomb. It's a shutdown inning 2 for Manaea, who just got the lead, bottom 2. 1 on, first pitch. That's floated in the air, left field, base hit right in front of Nimmo. Cuts it off and fires in quickly. Sosa up to second. Turner on with a base hit. So first official hit for the Phillies. Their first 2 base runners were on hit by pitches. And now 2 are on for Bryce Harper. Harper, first time up, grounded out to short.
Yeah, but he hit the ball hard. He hit it to the shortstop hole. And Lindor reacted quickly and had to make a strong throw from the edge of the outfield grass.
Now, a lot of talk, too, after what Harper did in the first 2 games. How do you deal with him? Do you face him? Do you walk him? Well, you got to face him now. 2 on, 2 out, 1-0 Mets. First pitch. Swing and a miss. Took something off. Snapped over a sweeper. Strike one on Harper. Looked like Manaea went fastball up to Harper to get him to ground out first time, but he did hit it hard like Howie said. 0-1. Fly foul behind home plate, 0-2. Fans at Citi Field rise to their feet, clad in blue and orange, but above them, swirling around 40,000 orange towels. Whipping like a clock. 1-0 Mets, 2 on, 2 out. 0-2 to Harper. Pitch. Little tapper right back to the mound. Manaea's got it, turns, fires to first in time, inning over. Phillies get a pair on, but Sean Manaea wiggles out of trouble in the third. Mets 1, Phillies 0, middle of 3 from Citi Field. On Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
1.3 millones de dólares. ¿Qué te parece? You know you ready to play. Sounds grande, grande.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games with prizes up to $3 million.
Cheers, baseball fans. Thank you for hanging out with us during this Division Series MLB postseason matchup. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more baseball fans and sports fans here to the chat to help you cheer on your team. Where are you watching from in the chat? Let us know. Say hi and hit that thumbs up button. We'll be right back to the baseball action. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's have some fun. Let's keep it classy. And good luck to your team. Hope they win and move on to the World Series.
Save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Diving for that grounder got you grounded? Oof. We've got specialists for that. Coaching Little League leave you in big league pain? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience so you can feel better, faster. Long Island's premier orthopedic group with offices open 7 days a week. Orland & Cohen is now in Kew Gardens, too. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser Hard Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka, it's refreshingly smooth and easy to drink. When you need a little sun in your life, nothing hits quite like a Sun Cruiser. Crack one open and let the good times cruise.
Sun Cruiser Beverage Company, Boston, Mass. Please drink responsibly.
The bottom of the third inning is sponsored by Sun Cruiser Hard Iced Tea, made with real iced tea and real vodka. Refreshingly smooth and easy to drink. Crack one open and let the good times cruise. Well, so far, though very early, Mets fans enjoying some good times. It is 1-0 New York, the lead over Philadelphia in Game 3 of this NLDS. It's obviously a very pivotal third game since this series is tied at a game apiece. Somebody has a chance to win this series tomorrow. Of course, Game 5 would be back in Philadelphia on Friday, but tomorrow will be right here, same time, same place at 5:08. Question is, who will have that division lead? In the inning, it's Francisco Alvarez, then Francisco Lindor and Mark Vientos going 9-1-2 against Aaron Nola. Mets have to be happy with the at-bats that they've had so far against a guy that they have seen 28 times in his career. Righty against righty, Alvarez climbs in. First pitch from Nola. Swinging a smash down the left field line toward the wall. It is off the fence in left field. Hayes fields and fires in quickly, and Alvarez held to a long and booming single to left. It was hooking away from Hayes, had a lot of topspin, so it looked like it might have a chance to have some distance, but it angled down, and Alvarez has a base hit.
Hayes, a former Baltimore Oriole, a good solid defender, and he played that carom perfectly and was in position to make a strong throw, and so no need for Alvarez to take any chances.
Back to the top of the order, opening up the second time through. Here's Lindor, switch hitter batting left. Just missed a homer his first time. 1-0 New York. Pitch. Snaps in for a strike. 0-1. And once again, those booming chants of MVP for Lindor. And had his back not acted up at the end of the year, who knows how that would have finished with him and Ohtani. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Went fishing for the knuckle curve down in the dirt and in. And it's 0-2. Well, Aaron Nola so far, again, first time through, just reading some swings. Lindor got into one to right, just missed it. Alonso hit one out. Iglesias a single. Winker, had it not been for a Castellanos leaping catch, he would have had a base hit. Nola's been leaving some pitches up. Runner at first, nobody out. 0-2. Missed up high with a fastball. Ball and 2 strikes. And Nola has liked it here, even though so far it's 1-0 Mets. He's very comfortable here. He's pitched here, feels like 1,000 times. It turns out to be 14 times of the 28 head-to-heads against the Mets. Had some good numbers. The set and the 1-2. Just missed low, stared at a changeup down. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Against the Mets, a 3.46 ERA. Here, an ERA a little lower than that, 3.28. Right now, the Mets hit the ball hard against Aaron Nola. Alvarez off first, nobody out, and time called. Nola reaches that right cleat, red colored against the first base side of the rubber. He comes set. 2-2 to Lindor. Swinging a line drive center field. Rojas stops, takes a couple of steps in, makes the catch for the first out. Ended up having to lean forward a little bit on a shot right at him. Mets 1, Phillies nothing. Last of the third inning here in Game 3. And here's Mark Vientos. 1 on and 1 out. Vientos struck out his first time on a knuckle curve. And Harper is still holding on Alvarez at first. Vientos now with that strikeout, just 8 for 21. Pretty good numbers in the playoffs. First pitch here, fouled back to the screen. Late on that sinker with run down and in. Count 0-1. Now Vientos, the star of the show in Philadelphia against Christopher Sanchez. And that game is kind of indicative of the kind of year Vientos has had, a year of adjustments. Getting better as the season goes on. 0-1. That's lifted in the air. Shallow to medium depth left field. Hayes was in, now going back. Makes the catch for the second out.
As a hanger.
That was a hanger off the end of the bat.
That had "crush me" written all over it.
So that was the knuckle curve again. Talk about adjustments that Vientos swung and missed at. This one, Nola had him out in front, but you can tell Vientos little by little seeing that pitch better. Just as long as I saw it better. You don't want to call them out before they go out, and that one was a fly ball to left. Anyway, 1-0 Mets over Philly. 1 on 2 outs for Nimmo. Last of the third. Righty to the lefty. First toss. That's popped up behind home plate. Foul ground up the first baseline. Here comes Harper. He makes the catch between home and the on-deck circle right behind home plate. Nimmo pops out. Side retired. No runs a hit. No errors, 1 left. Fourth inning is next in Game 3. Mets 1, Phillies nothing on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Nobody gets you ready for the NBA season like Sirius XM NBA Radio.
Already you can tell that's going to be a fun team to watch.
This is someone who is ready.
Hey everybody, thanks for hanging out with us during this MLB playoff game. The support is absolutely incredible. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for sharing out this link and helping this community grow. We are also running a campaign for a local kids hospital in Toronto, Sick Kids Hospital. It's something that we do here on the channel as a portion of our proceeds goes donated directly to sick kids every single month. So thank you for making a difference in our community just by being here. Now, you can add to that by making a donation. You can click the link that is pinned in the chat or click this QR code and make a donation directly to Sick Kids Hospital in the Create 100K campaign that was recently extended for our Bills campaign as well as NHL Toronto Maple Leafs opening night. Thank you for your support with this as well. Super chats are greatly appreciated. I will list the names up in the live streams, so thank you for that support. It is greatly appreciated. I need all the help I can get trying to do as much sports as possible for you, the fans. Cheers, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Please send those super chats as well as join as a member, and we'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to whichever team that it is you're cheering for. Go Jays, go.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on Sirius XM.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Kids, that's Cars with a K, to donate your car today. And in this fourth inning, Phillies coming up again against Sean Manaea. Mets have a 1-0 lead over Philadelphia. And as this score continues on, and no matter when you join us, it looks like a nice pitcher's duel. And I don't know about that right now. Aaron Nola's getting away with a lot of murder right now, as we would say. Alonso, of course, took him deep on the first pitch in the second inning. But that's not the only good piece of hitting the Mets have had against Nola. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Sean Manaea, when he's gotten into trouble, it seems like it's because he's been his own worst enemy, hitting a couple of batters. But even with first and second, 2 outs, he got Bryce Harper to ground out. That's been the only real trouble building against Manaea for Philadelphia. So in this fourth inning, Castellanos, Bohm, and Real Muto bat 4, 5, and 6. This is the second time through. Castellanos, a right-handed hitter, keeps those hands high, softly wagging that bat. First pitch, swinging a poke foul, pulled down the third base side, pops up off the tarp, off the netting, and out in the left field where Brandon Nimmo goes to pick it up and becomes best friends with a sea of arms, waving his way and foul ground down that third base line. And again, that is the key today. This place is packed to the gills. It's not just the fans in the seats, but everywhere else in the concourse and the Shea Bridge where they've gathered. 0-1. Reached for, cut on a miss, sweeper down, and it's 0-2.
They've sold standing room here tonight.
I would love to see who the crowd figure is going to be. It's some big crowds. On that last Mets home game against the Phillies, the Sunday night game where they beat Zach Wheeler, that was a big crowd. This is going to trump that, no doubt. 0-2 on Castellanos. Pitch. Just missed outside, 93 away. That's a ball and 2 strikes. Now Castellanos in that series that started in Philadelphia turned out to be a funny moment, a moment that encapsulates these two cities battling it out against each other. The 1-2. Poke foul over the first base dugout and out of play. I remember that there was an at-bat where Castellanos swung at a couple pitches in the dirt and then laid off a ball in the dirt. I mentioned on the air there was a sarcastic cheer in that Philly crowd because Castellanos finally laid off a ball in the dirt. 1-2. Up and away fastball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, it turns out there was a camera that caught the zoom in of when Castellanos heard that cheer. He basically said, these, insert word here, these people. 2-2. Fouled back and out of play, 2-2. And that's what happens when you play for Philly or the Mets for that matter. Early failures, you get booed. You succeed, like what Castellanos did in that game, had the walk-off hit, you're the greatest hero they've ever seen. That's just how it goes. They'll wind up the 2-2. Swing a smash in the air to right. Marte back couple of steps, curls around and makes the catch. 1 away. And in fact, not just the Phillies and Nick Castellanos, but Francisco Lindor. And with the media earlier today and asked about the first game back home and playoff atmosphere, what do we like to get cheered? And Francisco, you could see, was holding back for a minute, then finally said, well, they'll cheer us, but they'll boo us too if we don't do a job. And that's what makes this rivalry so great. Here's Alec Bohm, 1-0 Mets top 4. Pitch from Manaea. Swinging a line drive right center field. That'll split the outfielders. Head toward the wall. One hops the fence. Taylor fields quickly. Firing towards second. Bohm on the run. The throw. The tag. He's out at second base. What a throw. What a tag. Bohm out at second. 2 down in the 4th. Taylor hooks up with Lindor. What a play by the Mets.
Well, that's 2 balls that have been hit off the outfield walls. Alvarez hit one to start the 3rd. Austin Hayes, the left fielder, played the carom so cleanly. Alvarez held on at first. Here, Taylor got a good hop, barehanded it, made a strong throw, and Lindor was able to get the tag on the shoulder of Bohm before Bohm's feet reached second base.
Lindor at the end held the glove with the ball up, pointed at Tyrone Taylor, who was on the warning track watching. What a throw. Here's Real Muto. Manaea's first pitch outside with ball 1. Mets 1, Phillies nothing, top 4. Winner of this game will have a big series advantage. We're tied at a game apiece in this best of 5. The 1-0. Missed low with a sweeper. 2 balls and no strikes.
Were they just chanting MVP? I mean, it was a nice tag and all, but Taylor's the guy's name they should be chanting. Great bare hand play of the Karen, and then the strong throw.
Yeah, there are 2 numbers in that relay, 8 and then 6. The 2-0. Swing and a miss. Good changeup down. 2-1. And by the way, the winner of these 1-1 ties in Game 3 of the Division Series, historically, you win this game, 45-17. The record to win the whole series. That's why this is such a pivotal game. 2-1. Rolled over, foul down third, 2-2. That was a sweeper that came in at 74 miles an hour, sponsored by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum. Realmuto calls for his time. Talking now to Doug Eddings, the home plate umpire, who has his hand raised to signal the time. And all the while, 45,000 plus around him, standing, swirling towels. 2 outs, 2 strikes. Bases clear. Manaea rocks and deals. Bounce foul down third, right between Dusty Wathan, the third base coach, and Mark Vientos, who's kind of hugging and guarding that third baseline against Realmuto. Bright white painted chalk down both of the lines here at Citi Field. It's still so loud, too, that just watching Vientos, who has a pitch comm in his hat, he has to hold his right hand flush and flat against his right ear just to hear that thing reverberate, find out what pitch is coming. Manaea chewing that gum. Hand and glove, has his sign, 2-2. Outside and low, tried the change up, and the count full on Realmuto. The last time up, more one off the shoulder, the front shoulder. Manaea pelted him with a fastball. Mets 1, Phillies nothing, top 4. Infield back, outfield around toward right. Payoff. Popped him up. Shallow center. Iglesias going out. Taylor racing in. Taylor is there to make the catch and retire the side. Make it 4 scoreless for Sean Manaea. Good defensive play, too, by the Mets. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning at Citi Field. 1-0 New York, the lead over Philly on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Come home to us and why.
A lot to get to here on our postgame show.
As our team covers your team with all the postgame reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan Postgame Live. Tonight, immediately after the Mets-Phillies NLDS game, only on SNY.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Beach wows, mountain wows, and show-stopping wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop, a proud partner of the Mets. It's a ready-to-drink premium seltzer that comes in 4 gin-based all-natural flavors: citrus, melon, passion fruit, and apricot. Only 3 grams of sugar and 130 calories. Make these playoffs memorable with Gin and Juice, and cheers to a victory.
Hey, New York fans. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
The Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot are in a league of their own when it comes to rugged capability. Their relentless power and versatility make these vehicles the ultimate challengers for exhilarating adventures and formidable terrain. But it's not just performance that makes these cars special. It's the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. That's why we're KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Available all-wheel drive on Pilot based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Now listen to Meet at the Apple, the new Mets podcast. Join hosts Vito Calisi and Jonathan Barron for exclusive access to the Mets, plus a weekly interview with manager Carlos Mendoza. Subscribe at all major podcast providers or the Mets YouTube channel. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning, 1-0 Met lead over Philadelphia. By the way, there have been times this year where it doesn't seem like John and Vito are going to have any more conversations with Carlos Mendoza. The Mets have been at the brink multiple times this year for the season to be over, just outs and batters away. But the Mets, as we have said many times through this last 2-week run, just will not die. And here they are playing in a game where, well, they'll no doubt see tomorrow. This is not a do or die. but a big game 3 where the Mets already lead 1-0. Reason for a lot of the comebacks, reason for the lead tonight, Pete Alonso, who leads off the bottom of the 4th. First pitch from Nola. Breaking ball down and away for ball 1. It's a pretty good idea for Aaron Nola, who hung a first pitch on the outside corner. Pete went with it and drove it to right field off the facing of the second deck for a solo shot to give the Mets a 1-0 lead. The windup and the 1-0. Bender down and away, missed again. 2 balls and no strikes. Behind Alonso, then Iglesias and Jesse Winker. Guys that all hit the ball very hard first time up. Iglesias had a hit. Winker was robbed of a hit on a leaping catch by Nick Castellanos. 2-0 on Alonso. Wind up, twist, and the 2-0. Pumped in at the knees. A sinker, 92-mile-an-hour sinker, and it's 2-1. Now we talk about the Alonso-Nola battle. That Pete has owned him here in professional baseball, but it goes back even further than that to college with these two guys in the SEC. Nola's 2-1. At the knees again, sinker strike, 2-2. Nola is from LSU. Alonso is from Florida. Always a good battle in baseball, those two schools. Nola used to chew Pete up in college. Well, where it counts for some dollars and cents, Pete's chewed up Nola. 2-2. Down and away. He bounced it in there, and the count full.
He was just playing possum in college. He knew they'd meet in the big leagues.
Nola was a first-round pick out of LSU, 7th overall in 2014, 10 years ago. Alonso leading off this bottom of the 4th. Nola winds and deals the payoff. Got him looking at the knees, strike 3. Alonso took a step toward first and then realized Eddings had called that strike 3, and now moseys his way back to the dugout. And as he walks back, pointed a little bit low, thinking, "No, that's a little bit low, is it not, Doug?" But Alonso strikes out.
As we said at the very beginning of the game, Doug Eddings, for a home plate umpire, is a strike hunter, and not coincidentally, there's not been a walk yet in this game.
Here's Jose Iglesias. 1-0 Mets, last of the 4th. Base is clear, righty to righty. First pitch from Nola. Dots the inside corner. Sinker, strike 1. And Nola has that windup, comes out to the 3/4 slot, which means he gets a lot of run on that sinker, which leads, he hopes, to a lot of ground balls. He has a little bit of a funky windup. He has a double kick in his windup. The 0-1. Just missed, bending to the outside corner. A cutter. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Haven't heard this in a while. Used to be for Jose Reyes.
They're giving him the Jose treatment here for Candelita. OMG. He's had a lot of names this year. The 1-1. Just missed high and outside. 2 balls and a strike. I have seen Jose Reyes on social, kind of getting loud as a former Met and now a Mets fan. I don't know if he's here today or coming, but I feel like I saw something that said Reyes would be around town these 2 days. The Mets are playing game 3 and 4. Nola's 2-1. Broken bat flare right back to the mound. Caught by Nola on a line out, 2 down. Jammed him, and Iglesias fisted right toward the mound. So 2 up and 2 down for Nola. And here's Winker. Scoreboard update brought to you by the New York Lottery. Play the new scratch-off games for your chance to win. Gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. Just one other game later today. Dodgers are visiting the Padres in San Diego in a series tied a game apiece. Walker Buehler against Michael King. Good matchup. First pitch to Winker, batting left-handed. Missed high with a fastball. Ball 1.
Dodgers desperately need Walker to replicate his best. Well, it's tough coming off Tommy John. Started to pitch a little better late in the year, but they need him badly.
Bowman at third. Rest of the infield back and around to the right. The 1-0. Down and in. 2 balls and no strikes. I know we were on the bus back from Philadelphia on Sunday, but did you see some of those images of the Dodgers fans throwing things at the Padres players?
Awful.
I was a little surprised at that. Maybe I'm new to this thing, but it's supposed to be a relaxed California crowd.
Those days are over.
2-0. In for a strike, sinker, 2-1.
The last 10 years or so, the Dodger fans have kind of grown into a different reputation than what you used to have, which is what you just described. Unfortunately.
We'll see what happens tonight. Any theatrics on the field between both teams. Tempers were flaring up in that second game. 2-1. Winker hits a high drive. Right field. toward the pole. It is gone. Second deck shot, Jesse Winker. 2-0 Mets in the fourth. Oh, did he turn on that, kept it fair, and sent it out to the Coca-Cola corner. Winker rounding third, pounding his chest as he steps on home plate. Hair flapping up and down under that blue helmet. The Mets have really hit Nola. It's only 2-0. But a lot of these Mets hitters have made some good contact. That's the second one Winker has hit hard. Castellanos robbed him first time up. This is a high inside fastball. And boy, did it end high and deep.
He was right field line. Sorry, he was 4 for 49 before that homer.
Here's Marte, first pitch. Shows bunt, pulls back, takes a sinker. Strike one. Jesse Winker coming over from the Washington Nationals. What a story he's had this year. A Mets friendly enemy, and now one of the Mets. And this crowd loves him. 0-1. Down and away with a knuckle curve. 1 ball and 1 strike. By the way, in the American League series both continued tomorrow. Yanks in Kansas City. Series tied at a game apiece. Same deal. 1-1 tie. Cleveland and Detroit. Had a comeback to the Tigers yesterday. Call it a comeback. It was scoreless. They had a home run off Emmanuel Clase. That doesn't happen. 1-1. Marte swings over the curve. Down and out. And it's 1-2. The Yankees will throw Clark Schmidt tomorrow against an old friend, Seth Lugo. For Kansas City pitching big games in the playoffs for a different team, the Royals. 1-2 on Marte. Nola leans back and fires. Down and away with a knuckle curve. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Winker home run went just 399 feet. But lefty swings in this park, second deck right field. Just looks so pretty out to right. And you don't see a lot of the Mets go that way, even though they have a couple lefties up and down the lineup. 2-2 to Marte. Swing and a miss. Went after a bad knuckle curve down and away. So Nola strikes out Marte. But Winker strikes for another Mets home run. Solo shot to right. Mets ahead 2-0 over Philadelphia. Going to the 5th on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current.
Hey, you. Yeah, the one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We really appreciate you being here. Please help our community grow. Take a minute to click that subscribe button and hit that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Now, if you're already subscribed, we appreciate it. Cheers, Insiders. Now, please share this link out as much as you can. Send it out to the social boards. Put it up on the social media, on Twitter. Get it out there. Let's bring more baseball fans here into the chat to hang out with us during these playoffs. Really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button as well as hitting that share button. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
Their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo for desktop and mobile today at DuckDuckGo.com and get a browser that actually protects your personal information.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Back at Citi Field, getting, I guess, late a little bit now these days. Purple sunset sky overhead here at Citi Field. 2-0 Mets lead. It's really not late in this ball game. We only go to the top of the 5th. But a good night for the Mets to be back home for the first time in forever. And a good night so far, Howie, for Sean Manaea.
You know, Keith, these games are played in such a vacuum. You'd have a hard time getting anyone to tell you the proper time of day or night, because that's the last thing anybody's really thinking about right about now. And it's actually a beautiful sky, as you described it at the moment. When the Mets look up, the thing they like best is what they see on the scoreboard. Mets 2, Phillies nothing, and that's what is in the hands of Mr. Minaya. Sean begins the 5th inning against the bottom third of the Philadelphia order. The 5th inning sponsored by ELEC 825, building our future. Austin Hayes, one nice defensive play, also grounded the third. And then Sosa, and then Rojas. Manaya's allowed 2 hits. He's thrown 56 pitches through 4, no problem there. And the first one, a breaking ball in for a called strike, a sweeper on the inside corner to Hayes. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Hayes has a homer in 4 trips against Minaya, including tonight's ground ball out. And the 0-1 waved at and missed a fastball. So, a sweeper in, a sinker away, and that has Minaya ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. And Hayes, wanting to slow him down just a bit, takes his time out. And the pitch clock is back in motion. Minaya from the third base side of the rubber. Right leg kick, the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Went away with a changeup. So the sweeper in, the sinker away, the changeup away. That's what you call pitching. And Minaya has his 3rd strikeout. 1 away, and Edmundo Sosa coming up.
Sorry, Hal. He's just mixing pitches nicely, and you can tell because the Phillies, again, if they get a hit, great. Minaya settles in, getting batters other ways.
Sosa, right-hand batter. First pitch, fastball over a called strike. 0-1. As we come to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea in honor of Bob Murphy. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The 0-1 swing and a foul straight down at home plate. And the count 0-2. Sosa was grazed by a pitch his first time up. Minaya has hit 2 batters in this game. He got Real Muto on the elbow with 2 out in the second, and just barely got a piece of Sosa leading off the third. 0-2. Sosa, the former St. Louis Cardinal, right-hand batter. Manaya's pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Again, change up away. And Minaya has his 4th strikeout. So 2 away. The number 9 hitter, Johan Rojas, is coming up. Look out in right center field to the left of the bullpens. You see the 7-line Army clad in their bright orange shirts. They're the outliers. First pitch to Rojas, slow hit, bounce it to the right side. Iglesias up with it, throws to first in time. Side retired, save for the 7-line. Everybody else in blue, waving orange towels. And Minaya gets the Phillies in order in the 5th. Middle of the 5th inning, the Mets 2, the Phillies nothing on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Bigelow Tea can make the second half of this game even better than the first. Hot or over ice, take a moment just for you. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
When you need commitment, compassion, and customized care, Margaret Teets Nursing and Rehabilitation envelops you with a warm and welcoming environment. Offering short-term and long-term care, Margaret Teets Nursing and Rehabilitation is a trusted hospice care known for their groundbreaking alternative holistic services and music therapy. Call 718-298-7800. That's 718-298-7800.
When you care about somebody, you only want the best.
Unos 3 millones de dólares. ¿Qué te parece? You know you ready to play. Sounds grande, grande.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games with prizes up to $3 million or a second chance to win 1 of 100 VIP trips to Billboard Latin Music Week in Miami. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Discover the excitement at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Come play 1,000 slot machines and electronic table games. Enjoy on-site entertainment, cocktails, and dining. In October, we're giving away $125,000 during Wicked Wednesdays. One winner every hour from 3 to 7 p.m. will spin for their chance at $5,000. 1 point equals 1 entry. Jake's 58, where Long Island wins. If gambling is a problem for you or someone, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 877-8-HOPE or text NY.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center. Saving lives drip.
Is that the way it's supposed to read? I would like to finish it off by saying by drip, but I don't know. I just work here. As do the Mets, although you never know it by how much time we've spent away from this place, huh? Are you packed yet for what could be another close to week-long trip? You're going to do that tomorrow.
I have to finish the cycles of laundry first. I can't believe when I heard today that you're already that luggage zipped up. It's hanging out by the door ready to go.
I'm just about going with a Nick Markakis method. Just pack the bag and wear everything on every road trip of the year, and that's it. Buck Showalter told us that story about when he had Markakis in Baltimore. Nick said to his teammates at the beginning of the year, when we're on the road, these are the only clothes you'll see me in, because when we get home, I give my suitcase to the clubbies, they have it cleaned, packed for me, I take it on the next trip, deal with it.
I love that story.
Oh, it's great. It's a good idea, too. Tyrone Taylor leads off against Aaron Nola. First pitch to the right-hand batter, a fastball in for a called strike, 0-1. Taylor just 2 for 17 in the postseason with 7 strikeouts, including his first time up today. Alvarez on deck and then Lindor. Mets about hit the Phillies 4-2 and lead 2-0. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball swung on and missed. That knuckle curve still a great weapon for the 31-year-old Aaron Nola. And the count 0-2. When he re-signed with the Phillies, there were some people who were somewhat surprised in Philadelphia. Well, their ownership, they've said over the last few years, we're all in at virtually any cost. Virtually. The 0-2 breaking ball grounded foul over by the Phillies dugout.
Well, he makes 30-plus starts every year for the last 5-6 years. That kind of durability is so valuable for any team. I mean, talk about their number 5 starter. They were dying to find anybody that could give him innings, and Nola is just automatic.
Here's the 0-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a changeup, and that's the 6th strikeout for Nola. So 1 away. Francisco Alvarez will be coming up. Thing of it is, the Phillies are using one less or have one less pitcher on their postseason roster than do the Mets. And as a result, the Phillies have a 5-man bench, the Mets 4. And one of the reasons for that is that the Phillies basically did just fine with their top 4 starters. The 5th spot, that was a disaster area. Here's Alvarez, first pitch on the outside corner, a sinker, 0-1. So they just have a 12-man staff, which is suitable when you've got 3 workhorses like Wheeler and Sanchez and Nola. And they've got Ranger Suarez to go tomorrow, who had a great start and not as good a finish. The 0-1, breaking ball low and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Suarez, though, a left-hander. And he can be tough. It's just a little bit above 500 against the lefties. Mets with a 2-0 lead. 1 out, nobody on, bottom 5. And now the 1-1. Fastball fouled back to the screen. Fastball running in at the upper part of the strike zone, and Alvarez fouled it back. Francisco Lindor waiting on deck. Of course, any playoff series, and time is called at home plate, very often becomes a battle of attrition. And in particular, not only in the pitching department, but specifically in the bullpens. Both bullpens at times have struggled. Yet the Phillies have had an elite bullpen during the year. Here's the 1-2. Fastball just outside, ball 2. I mean, you look at the Brewers, who the Mets just beat in the wild card series. Brewers had a terrific bullpen this year, but the Mets handled them. Most notably, their great closer, Devin Williams. Phillies' big 3 in the bullpen struggled a couple of times in this series already. Now we're going to get a pitch clock violation here. A pitch clock violation on the pitcher, Aaron Nola. And that's going to make for a full count.
It's strange. He was in rhythm. I don't know what happened. If it was just simply JT Realmuto didn't get the sign in quickly enough, or Nola just lost his place. But advantage Alvarez.
So 3-2 now. Aaron Nola with a left leg kick, the payoff pitch. In there, strike 3 called. He put a fastball dotted over the inside edge. 7 strikeouts for Nola. 2 out, nobody on, and it's a Doug Eddings game to be sure, with Francisco Lindor coming up.
you talk about these bullpens, and you look at Devin Williams has struggled, the Phillies have struggled, Edwin Diaz has been shaky. Mentioned Class A gets hit for Cleveland. Josh Hader was getting hit. That knocked Houston out. These bullpens that's supposed to get paid a lot of money have had a lot of trouble in this playoffs.
Here's Lindor, first pitch. A little bit low to Francisco, ball one. He has twice flied to center. So he's 4 out of 19 in the postseason. Just 1 run batted in. But you hear what the fans think of his overall season. The 1-0, breaking ball in the dirt, 2 balls, and no strikes to Lindor. It's funny, people were asking us after Lindor hit his home run in the 9th inning to bring the Mets back in the first game of the doubleheader last week in Atlanta, the game that secured a playoff spot for the Mets. Is that the biggest home run, one of the biggest home runs in regular season history? By the time Alonso did his thing in Milwaukee, they'd forgotten about it. The 2-0 swung on and missed a knuckle curve in the count 2-1. But to be sure, once this thing is over with, however this long ride goes, even if it goes all the way down the Canyon of Heroes, which is best case scenario, they'll remember Francisco's homer for a long time too. 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Another curve, and it's 2-2. And Nola's starting to feel it now. And that's a situation where the Mets say, oh, okay, we got the 2 solo homers off of him. Will that be enough? Because he made some mistakes early. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled into the mid of Real Muto. Strike 3. Got him with a fastball. Nola strikes out the side. He's got 8 strikeouts, and at the end of 5, it's the Mets 2, the Phillies 0 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Take your love of 80s music to the max.
For sure. Like, totally.
With new wave and 80s alternative on First Wave, Channel 33. Feel the noise of spandex, big hair, and big riffs on Hair Nation Channel 39.
Come on, feel the noise!
Or bounce to hip-hop classics on LL Cool J's
Rock the Bells Radio.
Channel 43. Listen to all of these and more across SiriusXM and on the SiriusXM app.
The $5 meal deal at McDonald's means you get to pick between a McDouble or a McChicken. Then get a small fry, a small drink, and a 4-piece McNuggets. That's a lot of McDonald's for not a lot of money.
I got money.
Get a $5 meal deal today.
Prices and participation may vary for a limited time only.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on Sirius.
What's up, baseball fans? Thank you for hanging out with us today in this awesome game so far. Let's go Mets, huh? 2-0 Mets. I love it. That's what I'm talking about. I am really pulling for the Mets because this Mets community is absolutely insane in the chat. Thank you all for chatting it up, and a big shout out to Luminous Brilliance for that $2 super chat. Thank you. The support is absolutely huge. That helps us immensely. You guys have no idea. Thank you. I'm going to pull it back to the baseball. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Share this thing out. Let's get some more crazy hockey. That's tomorrow night. Baseball fans here in the chat. Cheers, everybody. Thanks again, Luminous Brilliance. Appreciate it. Hey, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We really appreciate.
He is doing full baseball activities. And there's a chance if the Mets can find their way past the Phillies, we might see him. Should the Mets move on.
Well, that was what we always heard was kind of out of the side of Carlos Mendoza's mouth is, well, if Jeff's playing, we are making a deep run. And, well, Jeff's back. Mets are playing well.
It's not deep yet, though.
It's not. It is not. No. We're on our way toward deep. We're shallow right now.
We're nowhere near 26 miles, 385 yards, or whatever a marathon is. That was the season. Here's Kyle Schwarber, left-hand batter. First pitch, swung on and missed, 0-1. Manaea starts him with a change. So this is the beginning of the third time around for Manaea. He's got Schwarber, Turner, and Harper to deal with here in the 6th. The 0-1 foul back to the screen. And quickly it's 0-2 to Schwarber, who fly deep to center and then struck out. Phillies have 2 hits, singles by Turner and Bohm. Bohm was thrown out trying to stretch. 0-2 the count. Now the pitch. Low went away with a sweeper. And it's 1-2 on Indiana University's Kyle Schwarber, wearing Phillies red. Once it was Hoosier red. The 1-2. Low with a changeup. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Manaya's Indiana State. They got a little Indiana battle here.
Isaiah Thomas against Larry Bird, I guess. 2-2 to Schwarber. Now the pitch. Fastball somewhere. 3-2. I guess it was just outside.
Doug Eddings, as you said, loves strikes, but this one, hard to call it a strike. Up and away, just off by about 2 balls.
So 3-2 to Schwarber. Here's the pitch. And it's low, ball 4, and there's the first walk of the game. As Manaea walked Schwarber, he was ahead of him. That sound familiar? That's kind of how the Mets have made their living lately. A lot of 0-2 hits. Here it was 0-2, and Manaea lost him to a base on balls.
3rd time through now, so you have to think of creative ways to get guys out different than the way you did it the first 2 times. That's what makes this so tough.
Trey Turner, 1 for 2, right-hand batter. First pitch, shows bunt, pulls back, takes high, throw down to first by Alvarez, not nearly in time. Alonso had to release the bag and get into foul territory a stride just to catch it. Turner, 3 out of 10 in the series. 2-0 New York. Turner's the tying run at the plate. The pitch, swing and a miss at a changeup. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bryce Harper, like Turner, former Washington Nationals. Harper's on deck. 1-1 to Turner. The pitch, in tight, nearly nicked him in the leg with a sweeper. And it's 2-1, and the Mets are not going to wait long. Reed Garrett is getting up. Harper is on deck, and then all right-handed hitters. 2-1 the count. Manaea set to the belt. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, ball 3. So after getting ahead of Schwarber, 0-2, 4 straight balls. Now 3-1 to Turner. With Harper on deck, Turner's got a chance to get a really good pitch to hit here. This is a dangerous pitch. 3-1, Manaea deals. Way upstairs, ball 4, high and away. And Jeremy Hefner, the pitching coach, is going to trot slowly to the mound, buy a little time for Garrett in the bullpen, because this may be the last batter for Manaea. And while they talk, we'll pause for station identification.
This is Odyssey. You're listening to the National League Division Series on Sirius XM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89.
Here at Citi Field, Mets fans, when it comes to heating efficiency, Peerless Boilers and Pavilion tankless water heaters are in a league of their own. So go to peerlessboilers.com for more info. And remember, Peerless Boilers are the world's best built boilers. When you think about momentum swings in the course of a game, Phillies pitcher Aaron Nola gave up a lot of long fly balls, including a couple of home runs early in the game. Just came back to strike out the side in the bottom of the 5th. Top of the Phillies order now have drawn 2 straight walks. Don't know if there's cause and effect. But what we do know is this is a crossroads of sorts as Bryce Harper steps in. Left-hand batter, he's 0 for 2. First pitch, swing and a miss at a changeup. 0-1.
Terrifying. Every single time this guy takes a swing, the earth quakes.
Well, it had a lot of the plate, but it had its desired effect because Harper was out in front. 0-1 the count. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss at a sweeper. It's 0-2. And so Manaea, for the second of the 3 at-bats that he's faced in this inning, has an 0-2 count. Harper calls time, and the fans come to their feet, waving their orange towels. 2-0 Mets. Schwarber at second, Turner at first, 1 out in the 6th.
Last time Manaea tried to put away Harper, tried to go up with a fastball. If you do that, you got to get it up.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Went with a sweeper instead. And on 3 pitches, Bryce Harper strikes out. one man away. Well, now the parade of right-hand hitters begins. Nick Castellanos, who's 0 for 2, having flied out twice, will be the batter here, and he's hit Manaea well before. Even with the 2 fly ball outs today, he's 5 for 17 with 3 homers against him. Manaea now with 5 strikeouts. 1 out here. First pitch. Swing on a pop foul. Straight back out of play. 0-1. And for what it's going to amount to at this point, Sean Manaea can just air it out now, because in all likelihood, this will be his last inning. He's trying to get through it. The Mets lead 2-0. Schwarber at second, Turner at first, 1 out. The 0-1 to Castellanos. Swing on a foul, back to the screen. Came in with a fastball at 93. And now the towels begin to wave again. And it's 0-2 to Castellanos. Manaea rubbing up a new ball. On the right, third base side of the pitching rubber. Come set. 0-2. Here's the pitch. Swing on a liner to second. It's caught by Iglesias. Flips to second. Double play. They double off Schwarber, and that retires the side. Manaea screams once or twice as he walks off the mound as the Phillies are done in the 6th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left. Middle of the 6th inning. The Mets 2, the Phillies nothing on Odyssey, Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Come home to SNY.
Lot to get to here on our postgame show.
As our team covers your team with all the postgame reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan Postgame Live. Tonight, immediately after the Mets-Phillies NLDS game, only on SNY.
Oh yeah, insiders. The Mets with a big double play. Hell yeah, that was huge. Bryce Harper striking out. Gotta love it. All right, thank you all for being here. Love seeing this in the chat. Chat is just popping off. I tried to put the up arrow on there, and it doesn't work because 4 more chats came through by the time I could do the up emoji. Cheers to everybody in there. Frosty Farmer, 420. Graziano, oh, come on. What is that name? Come on, bro. James Jarrett as well. Joe Tasca, thank you for joining us today, man. Glad you found us. This is absolutely awesome. We love the radio here. I grew up on the radio. Even as a kid, I didn't have TV. I was living down in Florida, and I was stuck listening to all my Toronto sports on the radio. So here I am. But thank you all. There you go, says Edwin Messi. Says, hi, can you say my name, Edwin? Yes, there you go, Edwin. Do whatever you need to do with that. Put it up, share it to your friends, whatever. Thank you all. Mike as well. Widgewoe, cheers. Good luck with your bets. Artur Rofi, the Phillies fan. Love it, man. Keep cheering on those Phillies. Thanks for hanging out with us. Michael Adams, good to see you as well. And Daniel Lovett. All right, we got a bunch of new people here in the chat today. Mike, thank you for joining us, Mike. It's my name as well. All right, let's get back to the hockey. Big shout out to the hockey. Damn it, I keep saying it because I got hockey on the mind with opening night starting tomorrow for my Leafs. All right, go Leafs, go. Go Mets, go. And for the Phillies fans, go Phillies, go. See you guys back in the chat.
We go to the last of the 6th inning. The Mets lead the Phillies 2-0. Sadly today, for those of the generation that grew up falling in love with baseball in the 1960s, we lost another little piece of our childhood as the wonderful El Tiante. Pitcher Luis Tiant passed away at the age of 83. And for those of that generation, man, they're dropping too quickly. Pete Rose last week, the 1969 world champion Mets, just within the year have lost Buddy Harrelson and Jerry Grody and Eddie Kranepool and Jim McAndrew. And so if you're in your teens or even pre-teens, embrace these guys you're watching and listening to today. You'll remember them so fondly years and years from now. Mark Vientos leads off. Aaron Nola's first pitch, waved at and missed 0-1. Vientos struck out, flied to left. He'll be followed by Nimmo and Alonso. Nola has struck out 4 in a row. He's at 8 for the game. 2-0 New York. We just turned the textbook play of the game, brought to you by Malloy University. At Malloy, you'll think about your future in a new way. And, of course, was the double play, a line drive to Iglesias, and they double Schwarber off of second with a flip to Lindor. The 0-1, just inside a fastball. And it's 1-1 to Vientos. Mark's getting a whole lot more ink and camera time, FaceTime these days. He is blossoming not only in front of our eyes, but in front of the nation. The 1-1. Fastball in for a called strike, 1-2, because as you may have heard, these games are televised nationally.
And if only he had a good smile, you know, it really would work out. I say that in jest. He's got a great smile, one of the best smiles in that Mets clubhouse. Like he was born for that.
1-2 the count. Now the pitch. Fastball outside, 2-2. And if you do see someone walking around New York who looks like Mark Vientos, chances are it's his dad or his brother. Because we've met them both, and they are dead ringers for each other. I mean, identical. 2-2 to the guy they call Swaggy on the Mets ball club. Now the pitch. Low and away, 3-2. Suit that he wore in Atlanta that he got a lot of attention for. The first suit that he ever owned. Isn't that something? Welcome to the big leagues, kid. You'll have a closet full soon. Nola ready. Here's the payoff pitch. Swinging a liner down the right field line, but it's slicing foul and out of play.
I think Bob Murphy would have gone with Swaggy V. I remember we listened to that old clip, Orlando Cepeda. What was his nickname?
Cha-Cha.
Cha-Cha. Yeah, that's great.
You know what? We lost him too not too long ago.
Right.
Telling you, kids, embrace these players. You will cherish them as the decades pass. It's part of your life. Payoff pitch. Breaking ball, chopped foul. He just got a piece of it.
My generation loved Johnny Cueto with the twist and the shake. Well, Luis Tiant was doing that. That's probably where Johnny Cueto got it. He'd show you the numbers on his back before he came firing home.
Great story about Luis Tiant from Cuba. Dad got to see him pitch in the States in the World Series. Payoff pitch. Swinging a liner over short, base hit going into left field. Vientos has a leadoff single here in the 6th inning. Brandon Nimmo will be the batter. It was so hard getting anybody out of Cuba into the United States back in 1975 when Tiant was with the Boston Red Sox, and he pitched the opener of that World Series, won 2 games in that great 75 series against the Cincinnati Reds, but his elderly father, who had been a terrific player himself, was in the stands at Fenway Park to see it. Here's Brandon Nimmo, struck out, fouled out to first. 5 hits now for the Mets. First pitch, upstairs, 1-0.
Philadelphia bullpen is empty right now. This is the 3rd time through, but as Rob Thompson has seen, he's going to kind of live and die with his starters in the playoffs like he did in the regular season. The reason for that, too, today is we've talked about the struggles of that bullpen.
Reed Garrett has been up in the Mets bullpen. 1-0 to Nimmo. Here's the pitch. In for a called strike. A sinker. And the count 1-1. There was a time watching this game, talking about a generation or so ago, where you'd think, well, how could you possibly pull your starting pitcher on a 2-hit shutout through 6 innings? It's a long story. 1-1 to Nimmo. Here's the pitch. Swinging a little pop foul near the third base dugout downstairs, carrying a little further back than that. It actually lands in the Hyundai seats before tumbling back down right near that Phillies dugout. So it was ticketed for that spot anyway, and the count 1-2. Pete Alonso waiting on deck. They have Kirkring, the right-hander, Strom, the left-hander, throwing in the Phillies bullpen. Nola is at 76 pitches right now. There's nothing wrong with that at all. In fact, that's a rather economical pitch count to this point in the game. Well, there are nobody out yet. We're in the 6th inning. Vientos at first. 1-2 to Nimmo. Swinging a pop foul, straight back out of play. And, of course, every foul ball brings Rob Thompson one pitch closer to making a decision.
And again, there was nobody up until that Vientos at bat, which was also a pretty long at bat, 8 pitches deep. And so Rob Thompson got on that phone. I had Caleb Cotham get on that phone rather quickly to get the double barrel going in this tight game.
Let's have 2 right-handed hitters in succession, Alonso and Iglesias, behind Nimmo. 1-2 to Brandon. Vientos leads from first. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball is low, 2-2. Real Muto tried to yank that one into the strike zone. Doug Eddings, who knows a strike when he sees it, wasn't buying it. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bohm had been in tight at third at the beginning of this plate appearance of Nemo's, but Bohm has dropped back now with a 2-2 count. Nola ready. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball outside, ball 3. Well, Nola has struck out 8. Vientos is not a fast man. Alonso's on deck, so when you throw that all in the blender, what comes out should be that Vientos is not going anywhere here on 3-2. Nola sets. Here's the payoff pitch. High, ball 4. Vientos was not running, and now the Mets have runners at first and second, nobody out. What do you do, Rob Thompson? He's got 2 pitchers throwing in the bullpen. Alonso is homered off of Nola, also struck out against him. Pete is strolling to the batter's box. Looks like that's Caleb Coffin.
Yes, that is the pitching coach getting out there before this at bat.
Yep. So, Mets have drawn their first walk of the game, brought to you by Total Orthopedics, the experts at getting you back to being you.
Again, third time through this lineup, and it's not just the results, single and walk. It's the type of at-bats these Mets have had. Lindor in the 5th inning, which started the third time through, 5 pitches. Vientos, 8 pitches, then a single. Nimmo, 7 pitches and a walk. The takes from Nimmo look better, look more comfortable. Again, third time through, you just see the arsenal better than he did first 2 times around. And Pete Alonso, who's seen a lot of Nola, a lot of good, is now seeing him today for the 3rd time. He knows exactly what Nola's going to try to do. Well, that's the cat and mouse game right now in his 3rd time to the lineup.
Pete's home run in the second inning went to right field. And that's where he's been hitting them lately. Alonso, as we mentioned earlier, since the 27th of August, has hit 5 home runs to the opposite field. He only hit 2 in the first 131 games this year. Right now, they're playing him exactly straight away. Nola sets. The first pitch. Fastball down the middle of the knees. A called strike, 0-1 at the bottom of the zone. A 92-mile-an-hour sinker, and of course, Pete does tend to hit into a lot as well. And Nola would love to make that sinker go to work for him here. Here's the 0-1. In tight, he almost hit him in the shoulder. Alonso backs away from it. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike.
I know that the Phillies have been hit twice already on their side, but this 0-10 here from Aaron Nola. He just got away from one, tried to command the high inside corner, and he commanded the high inside chin.
1-1 to Alonso. Runners lead second and first. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. Little bit low. Ball 2. Nola looked like he wanted that one, reading his body language. And generally, Doug Eddings has been pretty consistent, I think, in giving the pitchers that particular pitch, that point in the strike zone. Appeared to be borderline, but it's 2-1 to Pete. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul tip at the plate. He went after that knuckle curve. And the count 2-2.
Now that's just the cat and mouse of this matchup for years now. Nola knows 2-1. He's probably thrown a few fastballs before. Alonso was sitting dead red on a heater and was so far out in front of that knuckle curve.
So Pete, not waiting to get to 3-2, uses his timeout here. Nola now at 84 pitches. The double barrel action in the Phillies bullpen. So 2-2 to Alonso. Nola sets. Here's the pitch. Check swing. I don't think he went. He did not. It's low. It's 3-2. And again, the runners do not figure to be going anywhere here. Not with the strikeout propensity of Alonso. The lack of speed of Vientos at second. Nimmo significantly faster as the runner at first. The outfield straight away. The Mets 2. The Phillies nothing. Nobody out. Last of the 6th. Nola ready. Here's the payoff pitch to Alonso. And it's outside, ball 4. The bases are loaded. The bases are loaded with nobody out. A single and 2 walks. Here comes Rob Thompson. And that's going to be it for Aaron Nola. And this pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
No matter where you're rooting for the Mets this postseason, 10-1 Rum wants you to elevate your game day lineup with 9 Mets-inspired cocktails. Winning requires doing things a little differently, so explore the unexpected because a world of amazing experiences awaits with 10-1 Rum. Celebrate the joy of discovery with 10-1 Rum.
What's up, guys? All right, I just ran back down here because it's a commercial break real quick for the pitcher's change. Edwin Messi, there you go, to your dad. Dude, I gotta go pick my kid up. She's on her way home from a cross country meet, and then we gotta run to cheer. So I'll be in the car listening, holding down the chat from at the stop signs and red lights. Cheers, everybody. Get back to the baseball. Come on, Mets. Let's blow this thing open right now. Let's go. Emily says Phillies aren't scared. Thanks for hanging out with us, Emily. As well, we got Brian Coffee. Thank you. That is huge for going down and helping after a hurricane. Thank you so much. I've been in that position needing the assistance, so thank you. That is absolutely huge. And as well, everybody else in the chat, thanks for hanging out with us. Let's go Mets. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Come on, 273 on the like button. We have almost 2,000 people hanging out with us. Hit the like button. All right, gotta go, y'all. Burb.
Visit rwjbh.org/ortho. RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together.
Well, the Phillies will hand the ball to Orion Kerkering. The Mets have the bases loaded, nobody out on the bottom of the 6th inning. They lead 2-0, and here again we have reached one of those crossroads within the game because the Mets have an opportunity now to spread this lead out. It certainly appears that Sean Manaea will be out of the game as Reed Garrett has been up in the Mets bullpen. And the Mets now, with the bases loaded, no out, will have Iglesias, Winker, and Marte due up. So the 34-year-old Jose Iglesias, who's had a year he could only have dreamed of, will be the batter now. In the postseason, he is just 5 for 24. And I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it certainly seems as though he's been chasing more over the last month or so. The Phillies play the infield in. The first pitch to him, right down the middle. A fastball for a called strike, 0-1. Kerkering, a hard thrower. He'll get it up near triple digits. The outfield not deep. They're around towards right. And the 0-1 pitch. Little punch job on the ground. The second bobbled by Sosa. A throw to the plate. They get the force anyway as Vientos is out at the plate. And the other runners move up. The bases remain loaded. So Iglesias did not hit it hard at all. And when Sosa bobbled the ball, you would have thought to the naked eye, well, that's a run, except Vientos, a slow runner at third, just couldn't get down there fast enough, and that is one big out for Kerkering. Jesse Winker, the left-hand batter, will be next.
I mean, credit where credit's due. Sosa, I mean, he doesn't freak out at all as soon as this ball hits off the heel of his glove. He stays calm, recovers, and makes an accurate throw home.
Here is Winker. Infield stays in. First pitch way outside, ball 1. So many times when that first batter in a bases-loaded no-out situation doesn't get it done, it provides a lift to the opposition, a big one. And they're keeping the infield up, the 1-0. Breaking ball over, a called strike, 1-1. Winker has hit it in the air twice. Once barely staying in the ballpark, the other one leaving it. That was against Nola. 1-1. Kerkering deals. Swinging a high fly ball to left field, not deep. Nimmo tagging. Hayes under it, makes the catch. Here and up. They are going to send Nimmo back as Hayes' throw comes in to Bohm, the cutoff man. And the runners hold. Now there are 2 men away. And Starling Marte will be next.
Well, Mike Sarbaugh right now is standing there talking to Nimmo. I kind of agree with this hold. Hayes comes up. He ends up making a pretty good and accurate online throw. Well, actually, it was going to tail in toward foul ground to the left of Real Muto, but just not deep enough to send Nimmo in that situation.
So now it's Marte with the infield back. First pitch inside, almost grazed him in the leg. Ball 1. There are momentum shifts from time to time within the scope of a game. We may be looking at one right here. The Mets desperately need to get something out of this. 2 out now. The 1-0, line to left center field. That's a base hit. Nimmo is in. Alonso rounds third. He's going to score. The throw goes to third. Stopping at second is Iglesias, and on at first with a clutch 2-run single is Starling Marte. The Mets are leading by a score of 4-0. What a gigantic hit. The biggest in Starling Marte's Mets career.
Absolutely, and this is, again, a sweeper at the knees outside corner, and Marte does it against Kerkering, who's been part of that triumvirate for the Phillies that has struggled. Hoffman, Strahm, Kerkering, for now the third time, comes in and gives up inherited runners. Now listen, bases loaded, nobody out. Hard to get out of here unscathed, but he was that close. Didn't make a pitch. Marte made him pay.
Tyrone Taylor, the batter. Taylor has struck out twice. 4-0 New York. And Kerkering turns towards second, stepping off the rubber. The fans on their feet. As Taylor, a right-hand hitter, bats with the outfielder step the other way. The pitch is a breaking ball over. A called strike one. Well, Reed Garrett was throwing while Minaya was up in the 6th inning, when Minaya was pitching in the top of this inning. Won't need much time to get ready. The 0-1 breaking ball in, tied 1 ball and 1 strike, but he hasn't thrown lately, so it may well be that they'll have Minaya start the inning. It'll be Bohm, Real Muto, and Hayes, albeit all right-handed batters, or it just may be that Garrett's ready. Maybe just needs a couple to stay loose. The 1-1. Pulled on the ground towards third. Bohm to his left, up with it. Goes to second for the force play. Side retired. But the Mets score 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors. 2 men left. The end of 6. The Mets 4. The Phillies nothing on Odyssey. Mets Radio. Driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM.
Let's go Mets!
We're back on the track Sunday.
1 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Bank of America Roval 400 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Yeah. On Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. In the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Yeah. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the Sirius XM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah!
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app. You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB.
Take a minute to click that subscribe button. Hit that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Now, if you're already subscribed, we appreciate it. Cheers, Insiders. Now, please share this link out as much as you can. Send it out to the social boards. Put it up on the social media, on Twitter. Get it out there. Let's bring more baseball fans here into the chat to hang out with us during these playoffs. Really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button as well as hitting that share button. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
6 innings would be around 90. Mets manager Carlos Mendoza says, all right, let's send Minaya out for the 7th, and that's where he is on the mound as Alec Bohm steps in to begin the 7th inning, Keith.
Yeah, once again, we see Carlos Mendoza. In this day and age, managers in the 21st century have already gone to the bullpen at this point with the Mets, where they are at with their lead. Manaea is going to see the 7th inning. That's just Carlos Mendoza. He can do both. So he is facing Alec Bohm. Sean Manaea's first pitch is hit on the ground at third. Vientos fields, a little off balance, but whips it over to first in time, one away. He moved to his left and then reached down off his right foot. Just got it, actually, and then put out Bohm for the first out.
I don't know if the game is really played this way, but in your mind, knowing that maybe Manaea is at the point where, one base hit, he's coming out of the game, maybe one base runner, I might have taken a pitch there if I were Alec Bohm.
Good point. It's a good point. Well, here's Real Muto. 4-0 Mets in the 7th. Kicking the pitch to the righty. Dots the inside corner, a sinker, and it's 0-1.
You know what I'm saying? They need base runners. Manaea walked a couple in the last inning. You're not going to hit a grand slam with nobody on base in a 4-0 game. Just a thought.
Infield back, playing fairly straight up. Here's the 0-1. Real Muto, it's a bouncing ball to short. Lindor waits on a good hop, gets it, flings across, 2 down. A little bit of a high throw, Alonso all over it. And here's Austin Hayes. And when it's game time, it's Tully time. Be sure to check out the famous Tullamore Irish Whiskey Bar in center field. We can grab a game time mule or try the brand new Tullamore Honey and the Honey Surfer cocktail. Tullamore official Irish whiskey of the New York Mets. Please enjoy responsibly. Well, if this third out comes, I think that's about it for the Whiskey Bar. In the bottom of the 7th, this is about time when they stop that. But it's 4-0. Here's Austin Hayes. Pitch. Strike on the outside corner, a sinker, 0-1. Sean Manaea, 84 pitches, has had a couple moments with the Phillies threatening base runners. The 0-1. Fisted foul down the first base line, and it's 0-2. Couple great defensive plays behind Manaea today. The Tyrone Taylor play off the wall in right. The line drive caught by Iglesias at second. All that has helped Manaea come to within a strike of going 7 scoreless. 4-0 Mets. 7th inning. Towels waving. 0-2 pitch. Fouled back this way, right underneath our booth, and literally pops off my window. And there's a mad scramble down below, and I mean a mad scramble. And the fans find it, and I get to catch my breath from almost catching one in the chin.
Don't look at me for help. I'm under the table.
Manaea will try again. Slow wind up, high kick, 0-2. Got him swinging, sweeper down and in. 7 shutty for Sean Manaea. A 1-2-3 7th inning. And we go to the bottom of the 7th inning in Game 3. Mets ahead of the Phillies. 4-0. 7th inning stretch brought to you by Gin and Juice Ready to Drink Cocktail, a lightly carbonated seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets.
Let's go, Mets!
Here comes the pitch. Foul ball.
For all your home improvement needs, windows, doors, siding, or roofing, visit unifiedwindows.com or call 888-631-2131.
You never have to worry about thinking too big because you have a reliable connection that puts everything within reach. A connection to education, to family and friends, and most of all, to opportunity. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Pat McCarthy here, and I'd like to tell you about my alma mater, the College of New Jersey. At TCNJ, you get the best of both worlds. A top-notch education at a public college price point. TCNJ's faculty are partners in their students' success with courses that are more immersive and that offer transformational learning experiences along the way. That's higher education elevated. Come see for yourself what makes TCNJ so special. Learn more and register for an open house at tcnj.edu.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Cork-popping wows, time to dine wows, Pine Barren wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop, a proud partner of the Mets. It's a ready-to-drink premium seltzer that comes in 4 gin-based all-natural flavors: citrus, melon, passion fruit, and apricot. Only 3 grams of sugar and 130 calories. Make these playoffs memorable with Gin and Juice, and cheers to a victory.
Here comes the pitch. Foul ball.
For all your home improvement needs, windows, doors, siding, or roofing, visit unifiedwindows.com or call 888-631-2131.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the New York Mets and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Mets. We go to the last of the 7th inning at Citi Field. 4-0 Met lead over Philadelphia. This is a series, best of 5, tied at a game apiece. And again, it goes without saying, but it is a crucial Game 3. You win today, you can win the series tomorrow. And for the Mets, if they win today, get a chance to do it at home again tomorrow in Game 4. But still a couple of outs on the Mets side for that to be decided. Sean Manaea completely shortened this game for the Mets bullpen. And truly, as he marched off the mound in that 7th inning at 87 pitches, there's probably a little bit of thought that maybe he didn't march off the mound for the last time in this game because the Mets have built up a big enough lead. Manaea's been throwing the ball really, really well. Who knows how the Mets handle the bullpen down the stretch, but they only need 6 outs from their bullpen if they choose to go to it in the 8th. Rob Thompson's going to go to his bullpen for Philadelphia here in the bottom of the 7th to face Alvarez and then the top with Lindor and Vientos. And for the first time in this series, but not for the first time in the lifelong Mets and Phillies series, here is the big lefty Jose Alvarado. Has not pitched in a game since September the 29th against Washington. And there have only been a couple of pitchers that the Mets had not seen out of the Philadelphia bullpen, even though we've only played 2 games so far. Mets have seen the closer Carlos Estevez, but they had not seen Alvarado, nor have they seen Colby Allard. So Alvarado, who has certainly moved down the depth chart from basically closer at one point, in fact, for many years. He is now pitching in the bottom of the 7th, trying to keep this thing 4-0. So he's done with his warm-up tosses. Here's Francisco Alvarez. And again for Alvarado, he's coming in after Orion Kerkering did officially go a full inning, despite the fact that in that 6th, Aaron Nola started the inning and faced 3 batters that all reached. 2 of them scored, and those have been charged to Nola. Now we'll get into the paperwork in a moment, but big Jose Alvarado with throws mighty hard comes set. The lefty to the righty. Pumped in there at 99 for strike 1. Sinkers and cutters, and they both come in close to 100 miles an hour. Alvarez tonight a single in 2 trips. Only faced Nola. He missed Kerkering, the 0-1. Fouled back on a high 98-mile-an-hour sinker. Alvarez redirected it back to the screen. So Nola goes 5, gives up 4 runs on 5 hits, struck out 8, and walked 2. He did give up those 2 homers at the beginning of the game, one in the 2nd, one in the 4th, and then 2 in the 6th. Alvarado's 0-2, down and in, and Alvarez goes sprinting across home plate because he was just simply getting out of dodge on a cutter going for the back shoelaces. So ball 1. That's what Alvarado does. Sinkers that go down and away, cutters to at least righties that run down and in, and as that one ran down and in, outran Alvarez from the batter's box. Alvarado slowly moseys set, middle of the rubber. The 1-2, down and in, another cutter, 2 balls and 2 strikes. We are coming to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mets ahead 4-0, last of the 7th. Lindor on deck. 2-2 from Alvarado to Alvarez. Here comes. Swing and a miss. 100. Top of the zone in there at the letters, and Alvarez just simply couldn't touch it. That's what Alvarado can do. But of course, he has had his woes against the Mets, against everybody, and just simply locking games down. And while it seems untouchable, the stuff at times, he has not been untouchable against the Mets. In that series in London, that 2nd game the Mets won, they built a rally against Alvarado. Here's Lindor, first pitch. That's low with ball 1. Scoreboard update is brought to you by Food Bazaar. Shop local, eat global with Food Bazaar Supermarket, foodbazaar.com. Coming up 9 o'clock Eastern, Dodgers at Padres. Game 3, series tied a game apiece. The 1-0. Swinging a high pop, left side of the infield. Bohm coming down, trotting now onto the grass in front of third. Makes the catch, 2 down. And again, Dodgers is sending Walker Buehler. Michael King going for San Diego. Tomorrow, the NL is off. Well, I should say the NL is not off. Everybody's back on. Yankees are at Kansas City, though. Cleveland is in Detroit. Yankees going with Clark Schmidt against Seth Lugo. Cleveland going with Alex Cobb. Detroit TBD. If only they could throw Scooble every single day. Here's Vientos, 4-0 Mets in the 7th. Pitch. Downstairs, ball 1. In fact, Matt just giving me a little nugget. First time in Division Series history that all 4 series are tied 1-1 in this best of 5. Deep breath from Alvarado. Leans back, 1-0. Fouled back. Good cut at 98 on the inside corner. 1-1 on Vientos. Vientos today a single in 3 trips. Mets have 4 runs on 6 hits. 2 of them left the yard. Alonso went deep. Winker went deep. Marte 2-run single in the 6th. The 1-1 just missed low and in at 100. 2 balls and a strike. Now Phil Maton is getting loose. And again with Sean Manaea at 87 pitches, 4-0 lead. What do? Do you keep Manaea out there for a batter? Or do you go to Maton in the bullpen? 2-1. Down and in. 3 balls and a strike.
I know that Mets manager Carlos Mendoza wants to save as much bullpen as possible because then he really can be aggressive tomorrow. If the Mets can hold this lead, you'd have a lot of chips to play tomorrow.
3-1 on Vientos. 2 outs, 7th inning. Pitch. Hit off of Alvarado's foot, over toward third. Bohm picks it up, fires across to first. Not in time. Vientos is safe on a hacky sack soccer kick. Whether Alvarado wanted to kick it or not, that was a line shot redirecting off his red cleat over to third. And as Vientos is safe, here come the trainers and Rob Thompson to sprint out and check on Alvarado's foot. Alvarado's got a big smile on his face. I don't know if he can feel the pain yet. Just give it a second, Jose. It's probably coming. It's that plant foot, and the lefty falls with that left foot forward, and it hit the outside of the left foot and then redirected toward Bohm. Bohm, surprised he even made a throw on it. Tried, and it was actually close. Alvarado's going to throw here on the infield hit. By the way, as he does that, Harrison Bader has come out to run for Vientos. And Alvarado's going to stay in this game to face the lefty Nimmo. So that means if you're looking ahead that you have Carlos Mendoza, who may not go to his bullpen yet, but he's going to go to his lead defense, if you will. Maybe Vientos out of there, Iglesias over, and fortify with Bader and Taylor in the outfield instead of Taylor and Marte. Now here's Nimmo, who has walked in 3 trips. 4-0 Mets. 2 outs, runner at first. Left to left, pitch. Down and in with a sinker, ball 1. Get a look at that exit velocity from Vientos. 99 off the bat. 99 in and 99 back. Bader can certainly steal a bag. He leads off first. Pitch. Downstairs. 2-0 on Nimmo. Nimmo never one to shy away from a lefty-lefty matchup. Rare are the times in the last couple of years, especially going back to Buck, that you'd see a pinch hitter here in a situation like this, late in the game, lefty against lefty. Nimmo whirls the bat around a couple of times. 2-0. Check swing, pitch down, appeal to third. He went. Now Rob Drake raises the fist as the boos rain down on Rob.
Now, from back here, I thought he went. Maybe Nimmo's thinking, hate the Drake.
Oh, he went around, that is for sure, on that side angle view we just saw. And now Nimmo calls for time. Just different energy, different buzz today than the last 2 weeks plus for the Mets, who return home for the first time in a very long time. Since September 22nd, last home regular season game against these Phillies. Deep breath from Alvarado. Runner goes, pitch is taken for a strike, throw down from Real Muto, the tag. The ball looks like it was dropped, and Bader is safe. No call was made by Carlos Torres because the ball squeaked out of Turner's glove.
Well, that's great that he could see it, and the shortstop Turner could see it, and the base runner Bader could see it. But what about the other 45,000 people around here?
Did you finish that umpire survey yet, or what?
Oh, no, I'm waiting on that one.
Well, maybe include that. just because there's maybe no play.
I think on top of mine it's going to say, see me.
Runner in scoring position. 2 outs, 2 strikes. Bader leads 4-0 Mets. 7th inning. Pitch. Outside cutter. Nimmo moved his hands, but didn't swing. 3-2. Well, good on Bader, who had a night the other night in Philadelphia, had a late pinch hit single and stole a bag, and steals his second bag of the playoffs here despite not starting. He leads from second. 3-2 on Nimmo. Pitch. Just missed outside, ball 4. Nimmo just took a pitch at 100 on the black, and he's on base with 2 outs here for Alonso. Now, these guys, sometimes they have a laser-sharp vision. And it's funny about Alvarado, too. His ball moves ever so slightly at the end. Again, sinkers and cutters really are the four-seam fastballs. Those are the ones that just stay on plane. So maybe out of the hand, that pitch looked like a strike, and then at the last second, just moved a smidge. And now Alonso, already a home run tonight. He's been on 2 out of 3 times. 4-0 New York in the 7th. 2 on, 2 out. Alvarado is set. First pitch. Downstairs, ball 1. Jose Ruiz getting loose in the Philly bullpen. Just got up after Nimmo walked. Mets added 2 big ones in the 6th. Trying to work here with 2 outs. Something brewing against Alvarado. The lefty holds the set. 1-0. Down low, 2 balls, no strikes. Alvarado again. This is such a prototypical Alvarado inning. Looks electric. Strikes out Alvarez on 100. Gets Lindor to pop up. Immediately gets 2 outs. And then 2 base runners. And now JT Realmuto sprints out from behind home plate to bring the infielders together for a mound visit.
This is his playbook, is it not? We saw it at its worst in London. We've seen it at other times where it doesn't take much for him to get rather obviously perturbed at something or someone.
As I heard one very famous broadcaster refer to him as a combustible chap.
Yes, that's actually pretty clever.
I think that was you.
Well, there goes the clever part.
Meeting on the mound is over. Alonso hunting a big pitch here on 2-0. 4-0 Mets, last of the 7th. Bader at second, Nimmo at first. Alvarado set. His pitch. Misses high, 3-0. Jose Iglesias on deck. Alonso 1 foot in the righty batter's box. Now swivels both feet in there. Taps the bat on his right shoulder. 3-0 pitch. Up high, he walked him. Alvarado has given up an infield hit and 2 walks after getting 2 outs. Rob Thompson's got to be squirming in that third base dugout. Well, squirming no more. He has seen enough. Here comes the Philadelphia manager out on his red Philadelphia top, taking the walk, letting Ruiz get another couple extra pitches in. Haven't seen him make a call yet. And there is the signal. Alvarado doing Alvarado again. Bottom of the 7th inning, 4-0 Mets. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Iglesias the batter. This pitching change brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
In 2024, you get more at Ramsey Mazda. More selection and more savings. Like a new 2024 Mazda CX-5, starting at just $29,276. Ramsey Mazda is the proud recipient of the 2023 President's Club Award and the 2024 Cars.com Consumer Satisfaction Award. Visit RamseyMazda.com. That's RamseyMazda.com. Get more in a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
If you heat your home with oil, you must hear this message. Low-price home heating oil is now available to all our Mets Radio listeners at a fixed price that can save you hundreds of dollars a year on your home heating bill. If you think you're paying too much to heat your home, then pick up your phone, dial 866-OIL-DEAL right now to see how much you can save on heating oil. The Home Heating Oil Service Center is staffed 24/7, and mechanics are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure your family is never left in the cold. Just dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL. The heating oil line is now open for Mets radio listeners. Think you're paying too much for your home heating oil or service? Call the home heating oil line now to see how much you can save off your home heating costs. Don't wait. There is no reason to pay too much for home heating oil. You can get the best service, 24-hour mechanics, and a low flat rate for this home heating season, guaranteed. So call now. Dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL.
Now Rob Thompson going to his bullpen yet again for right-hander Jose Ruiz. The Mets have the bases juiced. 4-0 lead, 2 outs as this rally built for the Mets. Mark Vientos hit a line drive that hit the pitcher Alvarado in the foot and then ricocheted toward third. Vientos beat it out to get on. Then Nimmo walked and Alonso walked, and he walked on 4 pitches. So Rob Thompson once again with his tail between his legs all series goes right back out, makes another pitching change. So Jose Iglesias, the first to greet Ruiz. And again, really with 2 outs, the Mets have 1 crack at this thing. Try to bring in the runs. 4-0 lead for the Mets, trying to add on late. All the while, the Mets bullpen needs just 6 outs in this game. Bader at third, Nimmo at second, Alonso at first. Pitch right down the middle with a sinker. Strike 1. And again, we thought maybe Minaya would go back out and the Mets build a big lead. This has been a long half inning for him to sit around. I feel like maybe the Mets will move on to the bullpen after this, but we'll see. 0-1. Line towards center field. Base hit for Iglesias. Bader is in. Nimmo rounding third. The throw from center hits the mound. Kicks behind home plate. Here comes Alonso. Chugging to the plate. The flip, the tag. He's out. But the Mets add 2 on a 2-run single by Jose Iglesias to make it 6-0 Mets. And Alonso is just trying to be the cherry on top, scoring at home plate. The ball went behind home plate, and Real Muto flipped to the pitcher covering to get the out. We go to the 8th. Mets 6, Phillies 0 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Hockey is back, and the NHL on Sirius XM sounds like this.
Score! Hunter McDavid off the rush, set up by Hyman.
And this.
The Panthers have won the Stanley Cup for the first time. Yeah!
Hear every NHL game all season long on Sirius XM and the hometown announcers on the Sirius XM app, and talk about the day-to-day drama of the hockey season on NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
For the latest updates on Helene, tune to alerts from the Weather Channel. What to expect and who may be impacted.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. When severe weather is impacting any part of the country, alerts from the Weather Channel for live simulcast of the Weather Channel for the latest information to keep you safe and informed.
Tune to alerts from the Weather Channel for the latest information on Helene.
Whenever active weather is breaking, alerts from the Weather Channel on the Sirius XM app.
Cheers, baseball fans. Thank you for hanging out with us during this Division Series MLB postseason matchup. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more baseball fans and sports fans here to the chat to help you cheer on your team. Where are you watching from in the chat? Let us know. Say hi and hit that thumbs up button. We'll be right back to the baseball action. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's have some fun. Let's keep it classy. And good luck to your team. Hope they win and move on to the World Series.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on Sirius XM.
Back out. He's already thrown 7 scoreless innings. The Mets are going to push him here into the 8th. They've also made some defensive changes behind him with a late lead. Iglesias is now playing third. Luis Angel Acuna is playing second base into the lineup, and now Harrison Bader goes into center. Tyrone Taylor gets pushed to right field. So those are the 4 big changes for the Mets, and the other change, Howie, is that they added 2 more. They almost added a third. Play at the plate, Pete Alonso, I didn't mention this, just mentioned the tag, and he was out. Just kind of walked his way into home plate there, which would have been a nice run for the Mets, but he was out by a lot.
I think the very smart thing for Pete to do, don't try to be a football player there. once the lead goes up to 6-0 when you go into the 8th inning. No need for an unnecessary collision or awkward slide. Edmundo Sosa leads off. Manaya's first pitch taken high, a changeup, ball one. Manaya will not have much more rope at all at this point. May just be that if one man gets on, he'll come out of the game. The 1-0, fastball fouled straight back and out of play. The count 1-1. He's at 89 pitches. This isn't about, they'd love to get him to pitch a complete game. They're not worried about a complete game. The 1-1 on the way. Sosa hits it in the air, foul down the right field line out of play downstairs. And it's 1-2. He gets to about 100 pitches at most. I would think he'd come out. In fact, the last few starts he made during the regular season, they really wanted to hold him to 90 to 95. He's at 90 right now. 1-2 to Sosa. Here's the pitch. Swinging a bouncing ball to third, backing up Iglesias. He backhands, double clutches, throws on a couple of hops way too late. It's an infield hit for Edmundo Sosa. So, Iglesias, who does not have a particularly strong arm to begin with, bounced that a couple of times. And so now the Phillies have the leadoff man on.
They're going to bring in a pinch hitter here, righty Weston Wilson to bat for Johan Rojas, a righty for a righty.
Here is Mets manager Carlos Mendoza on his way to the mound. As we mentioned, he's not going to wait at all. Manaya being congratulated. The entire infield comes together. Although Carlos is still talking. He hasn't taken the ball yet. Haven't seen him make the sign to the pen. Everybody anticipating it, and now the sign to the bullpen comes. Sean Manaya gets a standing ovation as he heads to the dugout. Mets leading 6-0, 1 on, nobody out, top of the 8th, and this pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Manaya tips his cap, blows a kiss to the fans. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
Are you or a loved one living with Crohn's, colitis, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, or a chronic health condition that requires IV medication? Check out ThriveWell Infusion. Say hello to state-of-the-art private luxury suites. ThriveWell Infusion understands that it can be stressful when receiving an infusion, but it doesn't have to be. At ThriveWell, you'll be provided with exceptional care, comfort, compassion, and convenience. Visit us at ThriveWellInfusion.com. That's ThriveWellInfusion.com. Saving lives, drip by drip.
Kickboxing, knock out your knee.
Hey, you. Yeah, the one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We really appreciate you being here. Please help our community grow. Take a minute to click that subscribe button and hit that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Now, if you're already subscribed, we appreciate it. Cheers, Insiders. Now, please share this link out as much as you can. Send it out to the social boards. Put it up on the social media, on Twitter. Get it out there. Let's bring more baseball fans here into the chat to hang out with us during these playoffs. Really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button as well as hitting that share button.
From 10 to 1
we'll see you guys back in the chat.
Old-fashioned to the amazing daiquiri, there's a drink for every fan and every occasion. 10 to 1 Rum, a proud partner of the New York Mets.
Sean Manaya received quite an ovation on his way to the dugout. He pitched 7+ innings, allowing 3 hits, no runs to this point. He is responsible for Sosa, the runner at first. Walked 2, struck out 6. Weston Wilson had been announced as a pinch hitter, but because he's right-handed and Mets manager Carlos Mendoza made the move to the righty Maton, instead it will be left-hand hitting Brandon Marsh, who is going to bat for Wilson. So the Phillies use 2 players in that spot. The Mets lead 6-0. And Maton, who pitched an inning in the first game of this series, a scoreless inning, gave up 2 2-out hits, faces the left-hand hitting Marsh. The first pitch taken for a called strike, 0-1. Marsh, the former Los Angeles Angel, had a career high in home runs this year with 16. Sosa, the runner at first, nobody out. Iglesias, even with a bag at third. The pitch is a curveball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Mets have Maton now, Kyle Schwarber on deck, and then Turner. Those will be the 3 batters that are mandated for Maton to face here. The one. Homers. The 1-2 pitch. Beginning the 8th inning. Sosa at first. 2-2 pitch. Check swing at a breaking ball of the dirt. He did not go. On appeal to third. It's 3-2. And well, you don't want to be putting the 8-9 men on when you have as potent the top of the order as the Phillies do, starting with the on-deck hitter Kyle Schwarber, and then Turner, and then Harper. So 3-2 the count. Sosa certainly won't be going anywhere here, down 6 runs. Maton from the first base side of the rubber sets. Long set, now the payoff pitch. Swing and a foul. He just did get a piece of it. A cutter from Maton, and Marsh barely stays alive. Got him in the foot. Marsh has to walk that off. Power Report sponsored by Bill Vince's Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Mets homers by Alonso and Winker tonight made it 2-0, but they've tacked on with 2 in the 6th and 2 in the 7th. Phillies, though, showed some late inning drama themselves on Sunday. Maton trying to avoid that now. 3-2 to Marsh. Here's payoff pitch. Swing and a foul, and that one is held by Alvarez. Strike 3. So 1 man away. And Kyle Schwarber will be next. And the Mets will start Jose Quintana tomorrow against lefty Ranger Suarez. And the Mets can get through this without needing to tax the bullpen much more than Maton here. And that would give them a lot of flexibility tomorrow. Here's Schwarber. First pitch, curveball low, ball 1. But you can't really get into the scenario for tomorrow until you get today settled. And the Phillies have guys who can hammer. Beginning with Schwarber, who hit 38 home runs. 1-0. Now the pitch. Breaking ball. That's outside. Ball 2. Schwarber 3rd in the league in homers, 4th in the league in RBIs with 104. Iglesias off the line at 3rd. Step stride behind the bag. And the 2-0 pitch. That's right down the middle, a fastball. 2-1 to Schwarber, who has fly deep to center, struck out, walked, and then after Turner, the following hitter, walked. 1 out later, he was doubled off of second on a line drive by Nick Castellanos that turned into a double play. Outfield straight away. 2-1, now the pitch. Inside with a fastball, ball 3.
You can see after some of these misses, Carlos Mendoza turns to chat with Jeremy Hefner, thinking about, what are you seeing? What are you thinking if we have to go to the next guy in that bullpen? Maton keeps missing a spot here.
Turner, a right-hand hitter, is on deck. 3-1 the count, now the pitch. Way outside, ball 4. So, the Phillies can make it sticky in a hurry. Even though it's a 6-0 Mets lead, Trey Turner will be next. Harper, Castellanos, Bohm, Castellano to follow. So this is not a spot where Phil Maton can afford to get into too much trouble.
Looking out of that bullpen, and Maton is 1 batter away from facing the minimum needed. And just now, looked like getting, I believe that is Ryan Stanek or Reed Garrett. I'll have to take another look. It is a righty, though.
Garrett was up once tonight. Here is Turner. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball cued foul to the backstop. 0-1. Pitch down at the bottom of the zone.
It is Ryan Stanek getting up. So you're right. They did have Garrett up earlier in the game, but maybe he threw so much that he's had to sit down. May not have to be used tonight because he was warming up a lot.
0-1 the count. Runners lead 2nd and 1st, 1 out. Maton deals. Breaking ball. In for a called strike.
Wow.
Turner, hand on hip, does not believe it. Pitch was towards the outer part of the plate. He might have thought it was up as much as away, but the count is 0-2. And the fans begin to wave those towels.
That was a very bad call by Doug Eddings.
0-2 the count to Turner. Here's the pitch. Outside with a cutter. And the count, 1-2 strikes.
You know, Doug, we talk about his strike zone. He's had a good zone all night. I think that was just human error right there. That was just a mistake.
So Maton from the first base side of the rubber ready. Now the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and fouled. Did he hold it? Nope. Ball came out of Alvarez's glove.
Fouled it off of his mask. That rung his bell pretty good. Alvarez kind of sat back a little bit.
Scoreboard.
Make sure he's okay.
I don't know if you noticed the center field scoreboard. They had him struck out. They had a 0-0 count with 2 out. They've just had to flip it back. So 1-2 on Turner.
A little too excited on that trigger finger.
That's
there.
it. Yeah.
Gravy room.
1-2 to Turner. Bader several steps the other way in center. Maton staring in. Come set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Way outside with a sweeper. 2-2. And he is throwing too many pitches out of the strike zone here. More than half. He's thrown 17 pitches, 9 for balls, with a 6-0 lead. So 2-2, the count to Turner. Maton ready. Now the pitch. Swinging a little number up the first base line. It hugs the grass. Maton has it. He'll run to the bag himself in time. 2 men away, and the runners move up. And that's all the Mets wanted there was an out. So a good job by Maton to get off the mound quickly, follow the ball up the line. And so Sosa now is at third. And Schwarber at second. Bryce Harper coming up.
Some of the Mets are gathering together on the mound here. It doesn't look like Carlos Mendoza is going to go to the bullpen. Again, you're up 6-0. If you can survive this, you can save Stanek for either the ninth or tomorrow with a lead. You have a big enough lead where you can think like that. Even though Stanek against Harper, as a righty against a lefty, the thing that protects Stanek would be that dominant splitter that he has. So Carlos Mendoza looks like he's going to stick with Maton here just to try to push him one last batter with such a big lead. You can afford to do that in a situation like this, even though Bryce Harper is up. He's not going to hit a 6-run home run right now.
And Castellanos behind Harper in the lineup. So, Maton at 18 pitches, having faced 3 batters, will now face Harper. Harper had been on base 6 of his 9 plate appearances in the first 2 games of this series, but he's 0 for 3 tonight. Big lead down the line at third from Sosa with Iglesias out near shortstop. First pitch taken outside, ball 1. Well, looking at Iglesias now, he's back in a few steps a little closer towards third. He's kind of wandering a bit as he's in that pre-pitch mode now, where he's not quite as far as shortstop, but far enough away so that the runner at third, Sosa, can get a good jump down the line. The 1-0. Upstairs, 2 balls and no strikes.
Now you get into, do you just walk him intentionally here? Castellanos so hot, though, on deck.
Yeah, with a 6-run lead, what do you need to give him another base runner for? That would be my opinion.
I agree with you on that, but Maton just missing.
He's been way too careful so far. Here's the 2-0. Way outside, ball 3, missing with a sinker. He can't hit a 6-run homer here. Now 3-0 the count. Castellanos waiting on deck. Stanek ready in the bullpen. Here's the 3-0. It's down the middle, a called strike, and he had to be careful there, even down 6. Bryce Harper not at all averse to swinging 3-0, even in this situation. But again, the Phillies looking for another base runner here. Runners second and third, 2 out. Outfield straight away. Maton sets. The 3-1 pitch. Swinging a liner to right that's going to fall in front of Taylor for a base hit. Sosa is in. They will hold Schwarber at third. The throw comes into Alonso. And on at first with an RBI single is Bryce Harper. It is 6-1 New York. And Castellanos coming up. And I don't know that Carlos Mendoza is going to wait much longer here for Maton, and here comes Carlos. So, this pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
You can count on our friends at Ridgewood Savings Bank to show you the community banking difference with cutting-edge conveniences and a century-long tradition of award-winning service. Ridgewood is the financial partner you can count on today, tomorrow, and all of the years to come. Whether you prefer to bank at your local neighborhood branch, from home, or on the go, they're always here to help you reach your goals. So let our friends at Ridgewood be the full-service banking partner you can count on to support you in your financial journey. Visit ridgewoodbank.com to find out more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
An orthopedic surgeon can replace a damaged joint, but they can't replace time. For you, or for the person who has to drive you around. That's why you need a surgeon who's close to home. At RWJ Barnabas Health, we have the specialized care you need to get moving again. Do it right. Here. Visit rwjbh.org/ortho. RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together.
In 2024, you get more at Ramsey Mazda. More selection and more savings. Like a new 2024 Mazda CX-5, starting at just $29,276. Ramsey Mazda is the proud recipient of the 2023 President's Club Award and the 2024 Cars.com Consumer Satisfaction Award. Visit RamseyMazda.com. That's RamseyMazda.com. Get more in a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Ryan Stanek, the new pitcher for the Mets, here on the top of the 8th inning with 2 out. The Mets lead 6-1, but the Phillies have Schwarber at third, Harper at first, and power hitting Nick Castellanos coming up. And it will be against the hard-throwing Stanek. He's got the split. He's got a fastball that'll make you swing and miss. He can be wild. He usually keeps the ball in the park. There's 3 home runs allowed in 55 1/3 innings. And he is postseason tested. He's had some success in the postseason before. So the situation certainly would not appear to be too big for Stanek. Right now, the Mets are through worrying about anything having to do with the bullpen and tomorrow. They have got to secure this first. And that is far from a settled affair. Castellanos has twice flied to right, lined into a double play. 6-1 New York. Phillies with runners at the corners. And 2 out in the 8th. Stanek ready. His first pitch. Fastball line to left coming on Nimmo. He's got to play it on a hop. It's a base hit. Schwarber scores. To second is Harper. It is 6-2 New York. Alec Boehm will be next. And it's getting kind of sticky in here.
Well, even at 6-0, the way the Mets have been playing and the way the Phillies responded like they did on Sunday, you knew it was not going to be easy for either side. And Rob Thompson's even thinking further ahead. He has his closer, Carlos Estevez, up to throw a bottom of the 8th in that mode to keep it close because the Phillies are starting to pick up a little speed. And now here comes the crowd to try to neutralize that.
He's had Estevez throwing for a couple of batters now. And he either sensed this or had him up, just to be sure. And here's Alec Boehm. First pitch, hit in the air, shallow left center. Will it hang up? It will. Bader's there, makes the 2-hand catch with a little crow hop, and that retires the side. Phillies scored 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors, 2 men left. Middle of the 8th inning. The Mets 6, the Phillies 2 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
Let's go, Mets!
Do you need to upgrade your wardrobe this fall? Visit flagandanthem.com for premium quality clothes without the premium price tag. Super comfortable flannels, jeans, and quarter zips, even jackets and boots. Get 25% off your order with code METS24. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Rothenberg Law Firm steps up to the plate.
It's a tough insurance company they're up against, but no match for Rothenberg.
Well, the pitcher's known for his fastball,
Incredible. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for sharing out this link and helping this community grow. We are also running a campaign for a local kids hospital in Toronto, Sick Kids Hospital. It's something that we do here on the channel as a portion of our proceeds goes donated directly to sick kids every single month. So thank you for making a difference in our community just by being here. Now, you can add to that by making a donation. You can click the link that is pinned in the chat or click this QR code and make a donation donation directly to Sick Kids Hospital in the Create 100K campaign that was recently extended for our Bills campaign as well as NHL Toronto Maple Leafs opening night. Thank you for your support with this as well. Super chats are greatly appreciated. I will list the names up in the live streams, so thank you for that support. It is greatly appreciated. I need all the help I can get trying to do as much sports as possible for you, the fans. Cheers, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Please send those super chats as well as join as a member, and we'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to whichever team that it is you're cheering for. Go Jays, go.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 8th inning here in Game 3 of the National League Division Series. The Mets lead the Phillies 6-2. And the Phillies going to go with their closer here, Carlos Estevez, to try and keep it right where it is and give the Phillies their best chance in the top of the 9th inning. Against whom? Well, don't know if it'll be Edwin Diaz, but I believe Edwin is up in the Mets bullpen right now. I'm sure the Mets would love to widen this lead a little bit and maybe not have to use Diaz, who has struggled a bit lately and has pitched a lot. But in the meantime, with the designated hitter spot due up, which was occupied by Jesse Winker, it's going to be J.D. Martinez, the right-hand hitter, who is batting against Estevez here. He's batting for Winker, who went 1 for 3, a homer. First pitch, breaking ball on the outside corner, a called strike. 0-1. J.D. Martinez, 6 for his last 54.
They put Brendan Marsh in center field coming out of this inning.
0-1 the count. Now the pitch. High and tight. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ready Refresh, New York's most reliable water delivery service, reminds us that the Padres and Dodgers will play tonight. The American League games tomorrow. 1-1 to Martinez. Now the pitch. Little bit low. Ball 2. Sean Manaea certainly was the thriving player of the game, brought to you by ThriveWell Infusion, New York's premier infusion and injection center. Saving lives drip by drip. Visit ThriveWellInfusion.com. 2-1 pitch. Way inside, almost Nick Martinez. And the count 3-1. Luis Angel Acuna is on deck. And then Taylor. 3-1 pitch. Low outside, ball 4. Let's get a leadoff base runner.
And Rob Thompson's got to be rolling his eyes right now. I mean, Estevez, he threw on Sunday. He had a 1-2-3 8th inning, and there were some Phillies media wondering, well, why didn't you throw him out for the 9th inning? Because eventually the Phillies bullpen, Matt Strom, gave up the 2-run homer to Vientos. Well, Estevez looked like the only adult in the room. Well, with a leadoff walk, he kind of falls in line with the rest of these struggling Phillies relievers.
And nobody to run for Martinez here. Acuna's batting now. Terren's the only man left on the bench. First pitch, swing and a miss. A wild swing at a fastball up and away by Luis Angel Acuna, who made his major league debut in the middle game of that 3-game series in Philadelphia last month when Lindor is back, acted up. The 0-1 fastball on the outside corner, 0-2.
He tries to be patient, and that's what happens. He swings at a ball, takes a strike.
That'll learn him. 0-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Just overpowered there by Estevez. And that's the first out here in the bottom of the 8th inning, and Tyrone Taylor will be next.
Seeing the introductions before the game with the teams lined up. Some ovations for different guys. Acuna got a really big ovation, and I know it's a small sample. A lot of that happiness and success came here in that last regular season week for the Mets in this place, and I think these fans saw some good stuff out of Luis Angel Acuna.
Well, here's Taylor now, right-hand batter. First pitch, fastball over, a called strike, 0-1. 99-mile-an-hour fastball there from Estevez. Came over from the Angels. Solidified the back end of their pen as their closer. The 0-1. Breaking ball is low. 1 ball and 1 strike. They traded Sir Anthony Dominguez, who had some chances to close earlier in the year, as did Alvarado. We know about Alvarado's combustible chapness. Here's the 1-1 to Taylor. Check swing, bouncer back to the mound. He tried to barehanded it. Instead, it's bobbled and then overrun by Estevez, and everybody is safe. Well, Estevez treated that as though it was on fire.
He tried to scoop it. After he couldn't barehand it, he ran over and he tried to put his glove in the dirt, shovel it over to first base. And Carlos let that happen for the infielders. Just do what you can to get an out, but he couldn't even get the ball. Wow.
Well, that's got to be an error. And so the Mets now with runners at first and second, and one man out. Francisco Alvarez coming up. By the way, the guy who's going to start on the mound for the Phillies tomorrow, Ranger Suarez, he may be as good a defender on the mound as any pitcher in baseball. Now, Estevez, let's just say he fought that one.
Called it a fielder's choice and an E1.
So now here is Alvarez, 1 for 3. Here's the first pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen. A slider up in the zone at 90. And it's 0-1 to Alvarez with Lindor on deck. Alvarez a single, has struck out twice, 4 for 21 in the series. And Edwin Diaz is up in the Mets bullpen. 0-1 the count. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased one there. Fastball away at 97. And the count 0-2. Home at third is deep. Mets have 2 on here. Martinez at second, Taylor at first. Taylor the much faster of the two. The 0-2 outside to Alvarez. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Marsh, an excellent defender in center. Hayes good in left. Castellanos has been better defensively this year in right than he'd been earlier. The 1-2. Swing on a foul back to the screen of a fastball, middle of the plate. And Alvarez fouled it back, but it can be hard to catch up to Estevez. You hear all the time, well, major league hitters, they can turn any fastball around, but 99 is 99. I gotta tell you, doing those pregame introductions today, really being at home plate, I always make a habit when the podium is right there to take a look at the pitcher's mound and wonder, how in the heck does anybody ever even make contact? It looks that close. Here's the 1-2. Low and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes, missing with triple digits, 100-mile-an-hour fastball. You know, we can all go to a high school field or any other field where it's 6 inches between home plate and the mound. But when you stand there in a major league ballpark and you look at it, you just shake your head. 2-2 pitch. Check swing foul, whizzing just past Lindor. Takes a hard ricochet off of the backstop and rolls out to the first base bag where it takes a carom to Bryce Harper. And anybody remember the last time the Phillies were here? Last time the Mets were here and a ball hit the third base bag? Alvarez in the batter's box remembers it well. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Overpowered at 99, and there are 2 men away.
Alvarez made that throw down to third in that game. The ball hit the bag, popped up, and came right back down at third instead of what we all thought was going to happen was it kick down the line or shoot into left field or go foul. It was just one of the moments that we've seen, like the Alonso homer and the Lindor homer in Atlanta, that we go, this is something different this year.
Here is Lindor as Estevez goes to his ear, trying to make sure the pitch comm is clear with the fans starting to make some noise, yelling MVP. 6-2 Mets, 2 on, 2 out, bottom 8. First pitch. Lindor takes a strike at the knees. Good changeup. And it's 0-1. Dan Martinez, the lead man at second, is not a fast runner. 0-1 to Lindor. The pitch. High and away with a fastball. And it's 1-1. Harrison Bader is in the on-deck circle. That's Mark Vientos' spot. 1-1. Here's the pitch. Swinging a liner towards first. Fair ball. Base hit. Going off the right field jutting stands to Castellanos in right. That'll get Martinez home. They will hold Taylor at third, and diving into second with a double and a run batted in is Francisco Lindor, and the Mets have increased their lead to 7-2.
This ball just inside the line. You have 2 umpires all over it as it kicks off the wall. The Mets score an easy one and now set themselves up. You get a base hit here, you can really make it easy for the Mets in the top of the ninth. They're easier with the fact that Edwin Diaz is throwing because the Phillies had just pulled in to within a couple runs, scoring 2. That was a big hit by Lindor.
They're already getting somebody else up right now. So here is Bader. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss at a slider. 0-1. Well, it's been a struggle for Harrison Bader at the plate. His defense has been typically superb. He's won a Gold Glove, but he's just 11 for his last 90. 0-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside. Ball 1. So 7-2 New York. And now with 2 more in scoring position, Taylor at third, Lindor at second, a base hit here. You would think they would tell Diaz to sit. Go 1-1, pop foul. And we'll go into the seats upstairs between home and first. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Whoever was up has sat down. I think that's still Diaz up.
Ottavino has started throwing.
1-2, now the pitch. Check swing foul going into the seats. Right near the Mets dugout on the first base side.
And again, think of Rob Thompson, right? It's 6-2. Phillies grab 2. Give me somebody that can hold it down. He brings in Estevez, we mentioned was successful 2 days ago. Well, leadoff walk. This is what happens.
1-2. Here's the pitch to Bader. Fastball hit high in the air to center field. Easy for Brandon Marsh waiting. Makes the one-hand catch. Side retired. Mets score 1 run on 1 hit. There was an error. And 2 men left. The end of 8. It's the Mets 7, the Phillies 2 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
The WNBA playoffs are on Sirius XM.
That's her toughest shot of the game, and she got it to go.
Hear every game through the WNBA Finals on NBA Radio or ESPN Extra.
Tonight at 8 Eastern, it's win or go home with a trip to the WNBA Finals on the line. The Connecticut Sun take on the Minnesota Lynx in Game 5 of the semifinals. Hear every second of the action on NBA Radio, Channel 86.
For a complete schedule of WNBA games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Let the games begin.
On Sirius XM, you get all the sports play-by-play you want and all the live sports talk you need. It's always a home game.
Hey you. Yeah, the one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We really appreciate you being here. Please help our community grow. Take a minute to click that subscribe button and hit that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Now, if you're already subscribed, we appreciate it. Cheers, Insiders. Now, please share this link out as much as you can. Send it out to the social boards. Put it up on the social media, on Twitter. Get it out there. Let's bring more baseball fans here into the chat to hang out with us during these playoffs. Really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button as well as hitting that share button. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
Download the SiriusXM app and tell me to play the Mets on SiriusXM.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
For the Verizon Mets postgame show, Verizon, the network New York City relies on. And we go to the 9th inning. Game 3 of the National League Division Series. It's tied at 1 win apiece. The Mets lead this game 7-2. And they have told Edwin Diaz to sit down. Adam Ottavino had gotten up. But it's Ryan Stanek who will stay on the mound. As Carlos Mendoza and Jeremy Hefner, understandably, trying to protect and save as much as their bullpen as is logical. But they will not wait if Stanek gets into some trouble, despite the fact the Mets have a 5-run lead. Real Muto, Hayes, and Sosa are due up. Even though the Phillies scored 2 in the top of the 8th inning, the Mets worked through a lot of the power in that Phillies lineup. So we'll see what Stanek can do here and if he can keep everybody else in the bullpen out of this for tonight. Real Muto will lead off. He was hit by a pitch by Minaya in the second. Fly to center, grounded to short. Stanek from the first base side of the rubber. Comes set. His first pitch. Low and away with a slider. Ball 1. Again, it is a 5-run lead. And what you don't want to do is start walking people when you have a big lead here. That's what's gotten the Mets into trouble when they've been in trouble all year. Walks. The 1-0. High and tight, ball 2.
Bryson Stott is now in the on-deck circle. The lefty bat would hit in place of the righty, Austin Hayes.
2-0, the count to Real Muto. Stanek delivers. Swing on a fly ball to center. Should be easy for Bader. He makes the two-hand catch. One man away. A liner right at him. He was perfectly positioned towards right center field. So, one up, one down. And Bryson Stott will be the batter. Stott, normally the second baseman, but did not play against the lefty starter Sean Manaea. Stott, who hit .245 with 11 homers and 57 runs batted in, will be the hitter. And Stanek with his first pitch, right down the middle. A fastball at 97. Nothing at 1 to the running rebel, Brian Stott. Out of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Outfield straight away against him. Iglesias shortens up a bit at third. The 0-1 is a split down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike on Stott.
Rob Thompson's put Cody Clemens now, the lefty, in the on-deck circle. He would pinch hit for the next guy, Edmundo Sosa, a righty.
1-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Fastball foul straight back. Get around at 98. And so, Stanek ahead, 1-2. You know, once in a while you hear an announcer say, nobody's left this place. Well, that's a cliche. But I'm not kidding. I don't see any empty seats right now. The 1-2 swung on and popped up. Middle of the infield. Lindor, the shortstop, waving his arms. Edge of the outfield grass. Makes the two-hand catch. 2 men away.
Now, why would you leave right now? First Mets home game in weeks. The energy of this team right now, what they have been doing, now doing it in front of the home crowd who have been waiting on bated breath to see this team play.
So now Cody Clemens will be the pinch hitter. They boo him because his name is Clemens. But he shares the record with his dad, most strikeouts by a father-son combination in history. Clemens has pitched a little bit. First pitch to the left-hand batter. In for a call. Strike to split. 0-1. But Pete Alonso took him deep this year. The Mets 7, the Phillies 2. 2 out, nobody on here in the top of the 9th inning. Stanek trying to finish it. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss at the split. 0-2, and anybody here who had not been on his or her feet are on them now, waving the orange towels. 7-2 New York. Stanek taking a deep breath as he steps onto the first base side of the rubber, brings the hands together. Here's the 0-2 to Clemens. Outside with a split. And the count 1-2. That's all Clemens has seen here. 3 straight splits from Ryan Stanek. Named for Ryan Sandberg. 1-2 the count. Stanek sets now the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Put it in the books. Ryan Stanek blows a fastball by Cody Clemens. The Mets have won the ball game, and they have taken a 2-1 lead in the National League Division Series. Game 4 against the Phillies right back here tomorrow night. And so, Ryan Stanek gave the Mets just what they needed, even though he gave up an RBI single to the first man he faced in the 8th inning, Nick Castellanos. He retired the last 4, getting the last out of the 8th, a 1-2-3 ninth. He allows the rest of the bullpen to take the night off, effectively meaning they'll have had 2 days off by the time we get to tomorrow, given yesterday's off day. And Sean Manaea, he showed you exactly what the difference is between the Sean Manaea, who the Phillies cuffed around pretty well 2 years ago in the postseason, and the new, vastly improved Sean Manaea, who has been the Mets ace, and he pitched like an ace tonight.
Well, the big thing, too, is that the Phillies and Rob Thompson, now they need to win 2 games. Well, they certainly need to win tomorrow when they use Kerkering Alvarado, and Estevez. And Estevez with 26 pitches. They stayed away from Hoffman, stayed away from Strom, so those two guys will most definitely be available tomorrow. But Rob Thompson did use some big bullets today that may affect how he's able to use them, and certainly will affect their effectiveness tomorrow, having potentially pitched on back-to-back days. But really, I mean, how many times in this playoff run have we had a game that just went, oh, that's, as that game began, that's how it was supposed to go? I mean, we have seen the win probability charts go up and down like an echocardiogram. This one was just a flat-out win by the New York Mets. And I'm sure they and the rest of everybody's blood pressure these days will take it.
Yeah, they can actually use a little relaxation tonight. There's nothing relaxing about the postseason, but good enough for the Mets tonight as they defeat the Phillies 7-2. Jose Iglesias, who had a couple of hits, including a huge 2-run single in the 7th inning, is standing by to talk about it downstairs with Pat McCarthy.
All right, Howie, thank you very much. Jose, welcome home. This was some sort of effort. How about the response from everybody here tonight? This was an incredible atmosphere.
I mean, the whole fan support us all night. It's great to be home.
You guys had an opportunity there to really put this game out of reach. Bases loaded, nobody out, Nola out of the game. Kirkering comes in, gets the first 2 outs. Marte's able to get that big hit. What about the energy at that moment really changed things?
We never give up. We fight every single pitch. We stick together as a group, and it shows off on the field.
To have an opportunity now to close out this series tomorrow at home. I mean, what's the feeling about that? How important is that amongst the clubhouse?
It's just a great game. We're facing a great team, and it's going to be a good one tomorrow. We're just going to go all in and try to win it tomorrow.
How impressive was Sean Manaea?
That was impressive. It was a great team win, and the fans was electric all night inning.
Jose, congrats on the win. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. God bless you all.
Howie, back to you.
All right, Pat, thank you very much. So the Mets 7, the Phillies 2, the final. The Mets lead the National League Division Series 2-1. We'll be back with much, much more right after this on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO.
Winker, Pat. Go.
Back here at Citi Field, the Mets have defeated the Phillies 7-2. Mets took a lead early. There was a solo homer by Alonso in the 2nd, and then a big solo home run in the 4th inning. Jesse Winker hitting it into the Coca-Cola corner. Jesse is standing by to talk about it with Pat.
Yeah, he sure is, Howie. Jesse, you get into a 2-1 count, and at that point, are you just hunting fastball and hoping to energize this crowd a little bit?
I have no idea. I blacked out again. Keeps happening. Let's go Mets.
I mean, it really has been a full circle moment for you and these Mets fans here. I mean, to get the response that you do from this crowd, I mean, what is the feeling behind that?
Oh, it's all love. I love them. I love them. We all do. Everyone here, y'all are special, man. Holy shit. We need y'all tomorrow, too. Let's get it.
An opportunity to close out the series at home now tomorrow. Just amongst the group to get this game, to get yourselves back into the driver's seat, how important is that?
It's huge. It's huge. Our pitching staff's been unbelievable. They've carried us. We got another stud going tomorrow in Q. Can't wait. So let's get it.
Jesse, thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go Mets.
Howie, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Pat. Well, Casamigos Tequila toasts tonight's Mets victory in any language. The family of Casamigos Tequilas, Anejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and the new Casamigos Jalapeno remind you to celebrate responsibly. Mets made sure there'd be no save opportunity tonight. And LifeVac is always there to save lives. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device. So, Mets win it 7-2. We'll be back with Murph's Happy Recap next on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Kickboxing knock out your knee? We've got specialists for that. Not feeling the love after your last tennis match? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience to tackle each of your orthopedic needs so you can feel better, faster. Locations across Long Island, open 7 days a week, and now open in Kew Gardens as well. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
What have we learned from baseball? Nothing ever goes according to plan. Accidents happen when you least expect them. If you've been injured, visit the Rothenberg Law Firm at injurylawyer.com.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center. Saving lives drip.
New York Community Bank is now Flagstar Bank. We're the same friendly faces, same great service, and same local branches. Only now we have an all-new name, all-new look, and even more banking solutions. Flagstar Bank. Let's align the stars. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. So what are you waiting for? Wow your way through NJ. Through Sculpture Gardens, Garden Gardens, and Loop-de-Loops. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Come home to SNY. Lot to get to here on our postgame show as our team covers your team with all the postgame reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan Postgame Live. Tonight, immediately after the Mets-Phillies NLDS game, only on SNY.
Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop, a proud partner of the Mets. It's a ready-to-drink premium seltzer that comes in 4 gin-based all-natural flavors. Citrus, melon, passion fruit, and apricot. Only 3 grams of sugar and 130 calories. Make these playoffs memorable with Gin and Juice, and cheers to a victory.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window & Door is New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen window and doors. The professionals at Brooklyn Window & Door will help solve any of your window replacement needs or applications. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door's award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100, A&E series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window & Door at 1880.
Cheers, baseball fans. Thank you for hanging out with us during this Division Series MLB postseason matchup. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more baseball fans and sports fans here to the chat to help you cheer on your team. Where are you watching from in the chat? Let us know. Say hi and hit that thumbs up button. We'll be right back to the baseball action. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's have some fun. Let's keep it classy. And good luck to your team. Hope they win and move on to the World Series.
It's that open the path to the middle class that every hardworking American deserves. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power.
Are you or a loved one living with Crohn's, colitis, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, or a chronic health condition that requires IV medication? Check out ThriveWell Infusion. Say hello to state-of-the-art private luxury suites. ThriveWell Infusion understands that it can be stressful when receiving an infusion, but it doesn't have to be. At ThriveWell, you'll be provided with exceptional care, comfort, compassion, and convenience. Visit us at ThriveWellInfusion.com. That's ThriveWellInfusion.com. Saving lives, drip by drip.
There's nothing quite like the Honda Civic Hybrid, Accord Hybrid, and CR-V Hybrid when it comes to exhilarating efficiency. With hybrid technology and thrilling capability, these vehicles deliver an electrifying performance on every drive. But what truly makes these hybrids special is the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. Redefine your driving experience with Honda, KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Back here at Citi Field, the Mets have defeated the Philadelphia Phillies 7-2 to take a 2-1 lead in the best-of-5 National League Division Series. Murph's Happy Recap is proudly presented by Flagstar Bank N.A. Flagstar, let's align the stars. Visit them at flagstar.com. There's so much to like about this one, and an opportunity tomorrow to, well, close it out.
Absolutely, and the Mets put themselves in that position. They will have Jose Quintana going tomorrow. Ranger Suarez is getting the ball in Game 4 for Philadelphia. Do or die for Philadelphia. The Mets going for the win in Game 4. Sean Manaea was excellent tonight. I mean, him along with Maton and Static, I know it was a little dicey for Maton there, but there were 5 Philadelphia hits tonight, all singles. And if you can hold that offense to just one single instead of the doubles, the triples, and, of course, the home runs, certainly good news. So the Mets get Game 3, winning 7-2, scoring 7 runs on 9 hits, no errors, 7 men left. For Philadelphia, just 2 runs on 5 hits, 1 error, and 6 men left. Sean Manaea does get the win, beats Aaron Nola, who suffers the loss. Again, Nola's been so good in the beginning of the playoffs, just didn't have it tonight. Home runs, of course, all on the Mets side. Pete Alonso hit his 3rd of this playoffs. Jesse Winker hit his 1st. Time of the ball game, 2 hours and 55 minutes in front of a huge crowd here on a Tuesday night, 44,093. The Mets are now ahead of the Phillies in the series, 2-1. Once again, the final score in Game 3, the Mets 7 and the Phillies 2.
New York Mets Baseball is a production of Odyssey in conjunction with the New York Mets. The executive producer is Ray Martell. Production assistance by Captain Jack McCarthy and Meredith Frank. And our producer-engineer in the booth is the immortal Chris Matchkowski. Our next broadcast will be tomorrow as the Mets look to, well, win the series. Well, that's what it is. That's how it works. It's a best of 5. You win 3, you win. But anyway, that'll be Game 4 of this National League Division Series. I just read them as I see them. First pitch scheduled for 5:08, with the Mets pregame show underway at 4:25. And so for Keith Radd and Pat McCarthy, I'm Howie Rose. Thanks for joining us. Once again, the final score in Game 3, the New York Mets 7, the Philadelphia Phillies 2. Stay tuned. Pat's coming up next with the Verizon Mets postgame show. This is Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
New York Mets Baseball has been brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Rothenberg Law Firm. InjuryLawyer.com. Casamigos Tequila. Brought to you by those who drink it. Thrivewell Infusion. The official IV sponsor of Odyssey Mets Radio. Visit ThrivewellInfusion.com. Bridgewater Acura. On Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit peerlessboilers.com to find a dealer near you. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives. The New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. And by Berkeley College. Your potential is our promise.
Go inside the mind of the ultimate country boy.
Hey y'all, it's Luke Bryan. I'm bringing you Country Boy Radio, my very own channel, celebrating my new album, Mind of a Country Boy. A little more country on. Guys and girls, you're going to hear all the tracks from my new...
Hey everybody, thanks for hanging out with us during this MLB playoff game. The support is absolutely incredible. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for sharing out this link and helping this community grow. We are also running a campaign for a local kids hospital in Toronto, Sick Kids Hospital. It's something that we do here on the channel as a portion of our proceeds goes donated directly to sick kids every single month. So thank you for making a difference in our community just by being here. Now, you can add to that by making a donation. You can click the link that is pinned in the chat or click this QR code and make a donation directly to Sick Kids Hospital in the Create 100K campaign that was recently extended for our Bills campaign as well as NHL Toronto Maple Leafs opening night. Thank you for your support with this as well. Super chats are greatly appreciated. I will list the names up in the live streams, so thank you for that support. It is greatly appreciated. I need all the help I can get trying to do as much sports as possible for you, the fans. Cheers, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Please send those super chats as well as join as a member, and we'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to whichever team that it is you're cheering for. Go Jays, go.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
That was an all-time classic.
Adam Shine brings his unique perspective and passionate sports talk to Mad Dog Sports Radio.
That game led the league in holy cow wow moments.
The biggest and hottest names across Major League Baseball.
Star shortstop for the Kansas City Royals, Bobby Witt Jr.
It's great to kind of build the new culture here in Kansas City.
Shine on Sports, weekdays 9 Eastern. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Mets fans, after this game, get back to what's really important, your fantasy football team. We're talking about it right now on Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Fantasy football players, from start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice. Win your fantasy football league with Fantasy Sports Radio. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
This is the Verizon Mets postgame show. Save big when you switch to the network New York City relies on. Head to your local Verizon store and check out the latest deals. Also brought to you by Flagstar Bank NA. Visit them at flagstar.com. Smash Burger, 100% certified Angus beef burgers, fries, shakes, and more. The College of New Jersey, the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. ELEC 825, building our future. The Ray Katina family of dealerships. Visit them at raykatina.com. Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Stay where you play. And by Orlin & Cohen Orthopedic Group. We've got specialists for that. Now, here's Pat McCarthy.
What a way to return to Citi Field. A 7-2 victory in Game 3 of the National League Division Series to take a commanding 2-1 series lead. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Citi Field. This is the Verizon Mets postgame show. I'm Pat McCarthy. It was absolutely stellar starting pitching from Sean Manaea. 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts. Manaea worked into the 8th. He danced out of trouble, and he held these Phillies bats in check. It was an absolutely stunning performance from the left-hander, what he has turned in all season long, and now the Mets are just 1 win away from the League Championship Series. I mean, it's been 2 weeks since the Mets were at home, and you wondered when they came back how they would respond. You knew how the crowd was going to respond. They were absolutely electric from pitch 1, and nobody left. 44,000 plus here in attendance, and they had reasons to cheer throughout, whether that was Pete Alonso putting the Mets up early, Jesse Winker sending one to the second deck. And then what's most important is the fact that the Mets added on throughout the entire night. You think about when it was 2-0, they had Aaron Nola on the ropes. Marte comes up with the big 2-out hit. Jose Iglesias with a 2-run single later on to make it 6-0. And then just a little bit of insurance later from Francisco Lindor up and down this lineup. We talked about it in the pregame show. Getting production in the early innings because the Mets, so far, for the most part, all of their production had come in the final third of the game. But tonight, they spread it out throughout the entire game, never gave Philly an opportunity to get back into this game. And right when Sean Manaea seemed like he was starting to bend, he strikes out Bryce Harper. He gets Nick Castellanos to line into a double play. And from there, you just felt like the Mets had the momentum back in their favor. They load the bases, chase Aaron Nola from the game, and then eventually cash in against Orion Kerkering. Just an unforgettable performance from the Mets tonight to show up, get the job done, and now with 2 games left in this series, just 1 win away from the League Championship Series, and to have an opportunity to do it here at home tomorrow afternoon with Jose Quintana on the mound. Give credit to the Mets pen as well. You know, with a 6-0 lead, gave the Phillies a couple of chances there, RBIs by Harper and Castellanos, but for the most part, once this game got to 6-0, it was never in doubt, and the Mets really were able to put the hammer down on the Phillies and were able to figure things out. It's time for the Clubhouse Report, sponsored by Wendy's. Savor the drip of Wendy's Saucy Nugs Party Pack, open till midnight or later. Starling Marte's down at the podium.
You guys had the bases loaded, nobody out, and it was on you now to find a way to make sure you cashed in.
Para tener éxito en ese tipo de turno, tú no te puedes poner mucha presión ahí. Qué importante fue en ese momento tú poder tener éxito para ayudar al equipo en ese entonces.
Bueno, lo que pensé fue mirar la bola arriba. Sé que me están tirando picheo quebrado, a cual me he estado viendo. Pero en esa situación de cuando tengo gente en base, lo que me enfoco es ver la bola arriba. Tratar de hacer un buen swing, traer carrera. Y esa ha sido la consistencia que he estado trayendo carreras home, porque me enfoco en dar la pelota en el medio y cuando la veo arriba, entonces trato de hacer un buen swing.
Yeah, I think the key for me there was to see the ball up. They've been attacking me with a lot of pitches where I've done harm to myself by chasing. So in a situation there where you have men on base, it's to see the ball up and to try to keep the ball up the middle. Because at that point you just kind of want to help the team win and do what's best for the team in that situation. And that's what ended up happening.
And then Jose, for you, an inning later, do the same thing with 2 outs and the bases loaded. I mean, you've obviously been great, 2 outs, runners in scoring position, but the team has been really good at putting together sort of 2-out rallies. Why do you think, as a group, you guys have been so good at that?
We're just competing. We put a quality at bat. I was able to see a mistake from Ruiz and put a good swing on it, find a hole, and scored another 2 runs.
Okay, we're going to go over there to Mike in first row, left.
Just for both of you guys, how much do you want to close this thing out tomorrow and not give the Phillies any oxygen here?
Well, I mean, it's important. Every game is important. Tonight's game, it was very important. Tomorrow's game is going to be even more important. Every game matters. Most definitely we're going to go up there with the same energy and then try to compete and try to win every inning.
¿Cuántas ganas tú quieres ganar mañana?
No, si ganamos mañana es algo sumamente importante, la cual nos acercamos más a la meta que queremos. Sabemos que estamos jugando con un equipo bueno también, que viene a competir igual que nosotros, pero nosotros seguimos con la misma energía de no quererse mucho, sino hacer y ejecutar la situación cuando se presentan. Y si ganamos mañana, pues celebramos y seguimos adelante.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think tomorrow it's obviously an important game. Obviously, we want to win because it brings us closer to the goal, to our ultimate goal. At the same time, we can't try to do too much. We kind of have to play within ourselves. And just go out there and do our job, but at the same time, we want to be able to go out there and celebrate and win.
Okay, we're going to go down here to Abby in the front row.
Jose, what are you thinking when you come up with the bases loaded twice in 2 innings, and how does your approach change when you come up there no outs versus 2 outs?
Just try to put the ball in play. Like I say, in the playoff, you're facing the best pitchers, and they're gonna make pitches. And like I say, I just say find a mistake from Ruiz, and then I just find a hole. Like I said, when you put the ball in play, good things happen, and it shows there for Marty, it shows there for me, and then the whole team did a great job competing that inning, and it was pretty special.
Okay, on the left over there in the first row, Tenchi.
Starling, tú como veterano, al igual, ustedes son ambos veteranos. ¿Qué tiene este equipo tan especial que en el último tercio del juego siempre capitalizan carreras? Iglesias, ¿te viste en algún momento el año pasado bateando detrás de Pie Alonso, uno de los hombres más poderosos que tiene el béisbol?
Bueno, la verdad que el año pasado no me vi en ninguna parte, pero el tiempo de Dios es perfecto y estoy agarrando esta oportunidad que me ha dado esta gran organización con mis 2 manos. Amo este grupo, amo a mis compañeros. La verdad que me siento sumamente orgulloso de contribuir cada día y seguimos un día a la vez, creo que es lo más importante.
Bueno, sí, creo que en esa situación de 7º y 8º, 9º, creo que ponemos al público en pánico de subirle y bajarle la alegría, pero en esos innings cuando vemos que no hacen carrera, como que nos enfocamos más, como que decimos cada uno, nosotros podemos, Si nos hacen, le hacemos. Y ahí es donde nos enfocamos en poner la bola en juego. Y siempre que se envasa al indoor, algo bueno pasa. Porque la energía que él da y pone en el terreno es algo que nos hace nosotros ver y sacar de abajo para que el equipo gane. La verdad es que Lindor, Nimo, Alonso y Viento han sido unos líderes en estos juegos que hemos jugado, en la cual se ha visto la diferencia de que cada uno de ellos hace lo mejor por ganar, y cuando nosotros vemos eso nos satisface de venir y cubrirlo también. Y por eso que tenemos una armonía tan bonita de querer ganar los juegos y seguimos celebrando cada día y jugando pelota duro.
Okay, you're going to go in the back and the right.
Buenas noches. Esta pregunta es para los dos. ¿Son los mismos Mets?
Well, that was Starling Marte along with Alonso, the translator for the Mets, and Jose Iglesias. Time for our Lessons of the Game, brought to you by the College of New Jersey. TCNJ offers a top-notch education at a public college price point. Learn more and register for an open house at tcnj.edu. Well, we learned that the Mets are just one win away. With the win in Game 3, the Mets are now one victory away from the League Championship Series. We also learned that Shaw Manaea sure does know how to dazzle. The Mets left-hander stepped up huge in Game 3 with 7+ innings of one-run ball. Those are our Lessons of the Game, brought to you by the College of New Jersey. Take a break here on the Verizon Mets postgame show. When we come back, we'll check out the scores around the rest of the LDSs, update you on where the rest of the series are at, listen back to the highlights, some more reaction from the Mets clubhouse, get you all set up for Game 4 tomorrow night. That's next when we return to Queens. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
In 2024, you get more at Ramsey Mazda. More selection and more savings. Like a new 2024 Mazda CX-5, starting at just $29,276. Ramsey Mazda is the proud recipient of the 2023 President's Club Award and the 2024 Cars.com Consumer Satisfaction Award. Visit RamseyMazda.com. That's RamseyMazda.com. Get more in a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
No matter where you're rooting for the Mets this postseason, 10-1 Rum wants you to elevate your game day lineup with 9 Mets-inspired cocktails. Winning requires doing things a little differently, so explore the unexpected because a world of amazing experiences awaits with 10-1 Rum. Celebrate the joy of discovery with 10-1 Rum this season. From 10-1 Rum's 8-6 Old Fashioned to the amazing daiquiri, there's a drink for every fan and every occasion. 10-1 Rum, a proud partner of the New York Mets.
103 millones de dólares. ¿Qué te parece? You know you ready to play. Sounds grande, grande.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games with prizes up to $3 million or a second chance to win one of 100 VIP trips to Billboard Latin Music Week in Miami. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Diving for that grounder got you grounded? Oof. We've got specialists for that. Coaching Little League can leave you in big league pain? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience so you can feel better, faster. Long Island's premier orthopedic group with offices open 7 days a week. Orland & Cohen is now in Kew Gardens, too. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
Discover the excitement at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Come play 1,000 slot machines and electronic table games. Enjoy on-site entertainment, cocktails, and dining. In October, we're giving away $125,000 during Wicked Wednesdays. One winner every hour from 3 to 7 p.m. will spin for their chance at $5,000. 1 point equals 1 entry. Jake's 58, where Long Island wins.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 8778-HOPE or text NY.
Laborers Local 731 has been responsible for some of the biggest and most celebrated infrastructure projects in New York City, like the rebuild of the World Trade Center and the new LaGuardia Airport. Local 731 provides qualified and competent laborers to fill the demand that the construction industry not only requires but deserves. Its members and leadership have fought hard for wages and benefits that open the path to the middle class that every hardworking American deserves. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center. Saving lives drip.
Welcome back to the Verizon Mets postgame show. Let's head down to the manager of the New York Mets, Carlos Mendoza.
About anticipating the atmosphere, how did it live up to what you thought it would be?
Amazing, fantastic. Let's do it again tomorrow, and more so. But obviously, I got to stay in the moment. But what a privilege, what an honor for us to have that support from our fan base. We feel it. I've been saying it the whole year, and today was the perfect example. For us, it's a privilege to be able to put this uniform on and represent this franchise and do it for our fan base. They deserve this, and just know that we will continue to fight, we will continue to believe, and we continue to have that one-day mentality.
Next question. Over here on Ed on the right.
Carlos, what was your level of concern when Sean walked the first two batters in the sixth?
I'm not going to say concern. I got to manage and I got to make decisions there. And, I'm glad that he got out of it. And not only he got out of that inning, he ended up giving us – I was going batter to batter after that inning. And he gave us the seventh, and then he went back out for the eighth. Pretty impressive, and especially after a couple of long innings there when they make some pitching changes, and he's sitting in the dugout. And but look, man, proud of him. He earned it, he deserved it, and it was a good, really good moment for him to get that standing ovation the way he did.
Next question. Okay, we're gonna go over here, Mike, in the first row, on the left.
Excuse me, Carlos. What can you say about the way Pete has just continued to step up here the last few days?
He's on, and I think we've been saying it the whole year. He can carry a team. He can carry us, and we're here because of that big swing that he got in Milwaukee, right? And then today, first pitch he sees of a really good pitcher on Nola, and he goes the other way. And not only he goes with the other way, he goes with ease. Like as soon as he hit it, everybody in the ballpark knew that ball was gone. That's not easy to do on a night where the ball seems like wasn't going to travel as much. After Schwarber hits 107 to lead off the game and doesn't even make it to the warning track, and then Pete connects that one and he's out of the ballpark. So. Proud of Pete, good for him, and we want to continue to need him.
We're going to go behind you, Howard.
Yep. Carlos, Pete has historically always hit Nola well. What is it about his approach to Nola that you think makes that a particularly good matchup for him?
Yeah, it's hard to tell because they're pretty familiar with each other. And like I said before the game, it's a game of adjustments. Nola knows him well. Pete knows him well as well. They face each other for a long time, and I'm glad that Pete stayed on the attack today and got a good pitch, that first pitch of the game of his at bat, and he was able to hit that homer. But yeah, two really good players facing again in a division series, and Pete got him today.
Okay, first row on the left here.
Sean and I, in the first inning, he was getting hit pretty hard. And then I don't know what adjustments he made, but what did you see him do? What adjustments did you see him make to kind of settle down after that?
He didn't back down from contact. He didn't back away. We know they are an aggressive lineup, and they show it right away. They were attacking him, but he kept getting the baseball. He had really good rhythm, and he went right after. He trusted his stuff. He trusted the game plan, and he didn't back away from it. I like how he used all of his pitches, especially the changeup. And when he needed to make pitches, he did. Unbelievable job. And like I said, he was on the attack. It was a different look today, even though we've seen it the whole year. But his mound presence, his demeanor, like there was something different about him today that I'm just proud of him.
And then just what would it mean for this team to clinch tomorrow at home, if possible?
Look, obviously it'll be special, but we got to come back tomorrow and we got to win a baseball game. If we would have lost today, the mentality we need to come back tomorrow and win a baseball game. One day at a time mentality, one series at a time. We'll come back tomorrow. We got to stay humble. We haven't done anything. We got to come back tomorrow. We have to prepare. We got to go out the way we go about our business pregame, and then we got to go out there. We got to compete, and we got to go out there and execute. So we'll see what happens.
Do we have anything else here? All right, we'll go here with John in the first row.
I was just on the at-bat with Harper there. Do you think that was kind of perfect execution? He goes change up, then sweeper to get him?
Yeah, and we know he's going to be aggressive. He's hacking. Not only pitch selection, but the execution. Really good changeups and really good slider. To get a really good hitter on a huge spot. I thought, like I said, I thought Sean got that momentum back after he executed and got Harper down.
Okay, we'll take one more down here in the front, Steve.
Carlos, you talk often, especially down the stretch, about winning plays and the need to make these little things happen. What does what Tyrone Taylor did in the fourth inning do for a group in games like this?
Yes, huge, and you're exactly right. Winning plays, winning at bats, not giving them extra 90 feet, not giving them extra outs, winning counts, winning at bats. Today, Taylor execute the ball, that hits the wall barehanded and throws a perfect one hop to second base. And then Lindor, don't forget about that play. Not an easy play with the runner coming in, and not only he's catching it and applying a really good tag. So, and again, it's a leadoff double, and who knows what happens in that inning. And we get him at second base, and we got the momentum back. So, we need to continue to make those plays. We need to continue to have that type of mentality, and we need to continue to execute.
Okay, thanks a lot, Carlos.
That was Mets manager Carlos Mendoza after tonight's game. And, truly just great fundamental defense there by the Mets and some awesome pitching as well from Sean Manaea. Yeah, this team up and down has just figured out ways to get things done, and it's the small plays that result in big results, like Tyrone Taylor cutting down Alec Boehm on a ball that off the bat just seemed like a shoo-in to be a double, but he makes a perfect throw, he makes a perfect play on the carom, and a strong tag by Francisco Lindor. So this Mets team is playing winning baseball right now. There's really no other way to say it besides the fact that they just continue to figure out ways to get it done. Let's head down to the podium once again with Sean Manaea.
Your voice was a little raspy yesterday. How are you feeling health-wise?
Health-wise, I feel good. I think my voice has recovered a little bit, so I'll take it.
So it's not the Manaea flu game?
No, definitely not.
Also, just when you kissed the sky after you came out of the game, I saw you tipped your hat, you kissed the crowd, and then you looked up at the sky and kissed the sky. Who was that for?
That was for my aunt Mabel. Just got a message that she had passed away earlier this morning, and so that game was for her.
Next question. We go all the way in the back on the left.
In the sixth inning, with two guys on base, Bryce Harper up to bat, what is your mindset going into that at bat, and how did you what was your approach heading into facing Harper?
Really just attack. Not try to be too fine with things. Hi, Pete.
Joined by Pete.
Yeah, attacking him and not trying to be too cute or too fancy. And really just that energy going towards him. And I know the defense behind me is incredible, and we can do incredible things. So just got to trust that, and just went right after him.
Okay, go here in the back, Mike.
Sean, knowing the bullpen and how taxed it's been lately, how important was it to get into the eighth inning and be so effective?
It's huge. These guys have been doing incredible work the whole year. The playoffs is no different, and obviously they've been throwing a lot, and so for me that's always the goal is to go as deep as possible, and I was just really excited I was able to do that, and the bullpen shut it down.
Okay, we're gonna go on the left here to Laura.
I saw that Luis Severino and Jose Quintana both had the 5'9" in their faces. What does it mean to you to kind of have that support from them, and how has the bond within this rotation grown, especially playing in October?
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're all just big kids, I think, and when you can have fun and support each other and just be boys, really cool, special things can happen in a. I think that's what's happened with the staff, and not just the staff, but the whole team. There's a lot of silly things that we do, but at the end of the day, it's just it grows us together, and
at the end of the day, we're just having fun and just trying to win ball games.
Okay, we'll go to Tim.
Question for both of you guys. The Mets, in the history of Citi Field, have never had any sort of clinching celebration here. What would it mean to finish it off tomorrow and have one of those?
Be huge. At the end of the day, we just got to win. That's all that really matters. If that's here, it'd be amazing. But if not, then we just got to just finish the job.
And Pete?
Yeah, it'd be fantastic to get it done, but we got to stay within ourselves, focus on the task at hand, pitch to pitch, out to out, inning to inning, and I believe if we can do that, stay right there in the groove of things, and don't try and do too much in each moment, I think we'll be able to get it done tomorrow.
And Pete, you were seemingly encouraging the fans to cheer there in that moment in the 8th inning, and they seemed to respond to you. What was your thinking there, and what did you think of their response?
One thing, playing on the road, the one thing that we did a really good job of is kind of sucking the energy out of the stadiums, and I think because the playoffs, no doubt there's a huge energy component to it, whether the crowd's in it or not into it, and it wasn't necessarily a perfect inning, and there was kind of a lull, but it's listen, we're still up, every pitch, every out matters. So I was just come on, it's okay, we're still in a good spot. Come on, the more loud and the more supportive that every pitch, the more loud that we get, it's a huge advantage to us. So it's keeping that energy up and maintaining that energy and maintaining that momentum, because it's huge.
That was Pete Alonso and Sean Manaea after tonight's game, and our condolences to Sean and his family on the passing of his aunt. But what a tremendous performance to honor her, and Pete Alonso, of course, for the big home run as well. Take a break here on the Verizon Mets postgame show. When we come back, we'll listen back to the highlights and more right after this on Odyssey Mets Radio.
Look, when it happens in the NFL,
Robert Saleh has been fired as head coach of the Jets.
We're reacting to it on Sirius XM NFL Radio.
What? Wow.
Talking about the biggest stories all day.
Chicago, as of now, is in the race. I like where they are, but look at that division.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game.
Jonathan Gannon has got to feel really good about where the trajectory of this Arizona Cardinals team is headed.
Like Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
The $5 meal deal at McDonald's means you get to pick between a McDouble or a McChicken. Then get a small fry, a small drink, and a 4-piece McNuggets. That's a lot of McDonald's for not a lot of money.
I got money.
Get the $5 meal deal today.
Prices and participation may vary for a limited time only.
Sirius XM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble, and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the Sirius XM app.
Down the sidelines, midfield. It's a race. Picking him up, putting him down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
If it's happening in baseball,
you will have an October to remember.
It's on MLB
Network Radio.
It's wide open this year, but it's not going to be the best team. It's the team playing the best that's going to win.
Just about every team that makes the playoffs has some kind of chance.
It is as star-studded a postseason as we have seen.
Don't worry about how you got there. Just win your games in October and then celebrate at the end.
MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 89, and on the Sirius XM app.
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
No one keeps you closer to U.S. soccer than SiriusXM FC.
We're now joined by U.S. men's national team head coach Mauricio Pochettino.
The country is about to compete, to win, and to give everything. What we need to translate to the fans, we need to be protagonists, we need to be aggressive team, an entertainment team, because we are USA and the culture is about to win.
Hear more from Mauricio Pochettino on the SiriusXM app. Just search FC.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Welcome back to the Verizon Mets postgame show. Game 3 of the National League Division Series. Sean Manaea against Aaron Nola. 1-2-3, top of the first inning for Manaea and Aaron Nola. In the second, Manaea hit JT Realmuto but posted another 0. Then in the bottom half, Pete Alonso led off.
And he's had success against Nola before. First pitch on the way. Hit high in the air to right field, pretty deep. Castellanos back at the track, at the wall, and is gone! He hit it off the facing of the second deck, the Coca-Cola corner. Another opposite field home run for Pete Alonso. The Mets are leading by a score of 1-0.
Third home run of the postseason for Pete and an early 1-0 lead for the Mets. Aaron Nola set down the next 3 that he faced to limit the Mets to just a run in the second. Then in the top of the third, once again, Manaea hit the leadoff hitter, Edmundo Sosa. He came back with strikeouts of Johan Rojas and Kyle Schwarber. Trey Turner then extended the inning with the Phillies' first hit of the night. That put runners at first and second for Bryce Harper, but a comebacker. Sean Manaea fielded, tossed it on to first, and he was out of trouble in the third. Then in the bottom half, Francisco Alvarez led off with a long single off the wall and left. But that was it against Aaron Nola in the third. 1-0 Mets after 3. In the fourth, Nick Castellanos flied out for the first out of the inning, and with one away, Alec Boehm was next.
Swing a line drive right center field. That'll split the outfielders. Head toward the wall. One hops the fence. Taylor fields quickly, firing towards second. Boehm on the run, the throw, the tag. He's out at second base. What a throw. What a tag. Boehm out at second, 2 down in the fourth. Taylor hooks up with Lindor. What a play by the Mets.
A terrific play by Tyrone Taylor to cut down Alec Boehm, 2 away in the fourth. Then JT Realmuto flied out to end the inning. In the bottom half, Aaron Nola was in cruise control. He set down the first 2 Mets of the inning, but then with 2 outs, faced Jesse Winker.
Winker hits a high drive, right field, toward the pole. It is gone! Second deck shot, Jesse Winker. 2-0 Mets in the fourth. Oh, did he turn on that, kept it fair, and sent it out to the Coca-Cola corner.
Second deck and right for Jesse Winker on our Smash of the Game presented by Smashburger, 100% certified Angus beef burgers, fries, shakes, and more. 2-0 Mets. Nola responded with a strikeout of Starling Marte for the final out in the fourth inning. Shut down top of the fifth with a pair of strikeouts for Sean Manaea. Aaron Nola countered and struck out the side in the bottom half. Then in the top of the fifth, Kyle Schwarber and Trey Turner walked to start the inning against Manaea. First and second with nobody out, Manaea struck out Bryce Harper for out number 1, and with 1 away and 2 on, faced Nick Castellanos.
0-2, here's the pitch. Swinging a liner to second, it's caught by Iglesias, flips to second, double play! They double off Schwarber, and that retires the side. Manaea screams once or twice as he walks off the mound as the Phillies are done in the 6th.
Sean Manaea in and out of trouble with our save of the game, sponsored by Margaret Teets Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. 6 shutout innings for the left-hander. In the bottom of the 6th, Mark Vientos led off against Nola with a base hit to right field. Then Nola walked Brandon Nimmo and Pete Alonso, which loaded the bases with nobody out. Nola done, Orion Kerkering on. Jose Iglesias, his first crack at him, grounded a ball to second. Phillies cut down the run at the plate. Jesse Winker then flied out to left. All the runners held. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and Starling Marte up for the Mets.
The 1-0, line to left center field. That's a base hit. Nimmo is in. Alonso rounds third. He's going to score. The throw goes to third. Stopping at second is Iglesias, and on at first with a clutch 2-run single is Starling Marte. The Mets are leading by a score of 4-0. What a gigantic hit. The biggest in Starling Marte's Mets career.
No doubt about it. And it was our turning point of the game. Be listening tomorrow to 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM between 11:30 and noon and be the 22nd caller. If you can correctly identify the turning point of the game, you will win a pair of Mets tickets to an upcoming game at Citi Field. The Mets turning point of the game is sponsored by Riverhead Building Supply. With 13 locations on Long Island, they are everywhere you are and online at rbscorp.com. So the Mets had doubled up their lead for nothing. They'd settle for 2 as Tyrone Taylor grounded into a fielder's choice to end the rally. Sean Manaea returned for the 7th with a 4-run lead. Alec Bohm grounded out. JT Realmuto followed with a ground out to short. And with 2 outs, Manaea faced Austin Hayes.
Slow wind-up, high kick, 0-2. Got him swinging, sweeper down and in. 7 shutty for Sean Manaea. A 1-2-3 7th inning.
7 shutout innings for Sean Manaea and a strikeout of Austin Hayes. In the bottom of the 7th, Jose Alvarado took over for the Phillies, set down the first 2 Mets of the inning. Mark Vientos then hit a screamer back to the mound that deflected off the foot of Alvarado. Harrison Bader replaced Vientos over at first. He swiped second. Alvarado then walked Nimmo and Pete Alonso. Jose Ruiz took over. Alvarado was done, and the bases were loaded for Jose Iglesias.
Line towards center field. Base hit for Iglesias. Bader is in. Nimmo rounding third. The throw from center hits the mound. Kicks behind home plate. Here comes Alonso. Chugging to the plate. The flip, the tag. He's out. But the Mets add 2 on a 2-run single by Jose Iglesias to make it 6-0 Mets. And Alonso is just trying to be the cherry on top, scoring at home plate. The ball went behind home plate, and Realmuto flipped to the pitcher covering to get the out.
So the Mets get 2 more, take a 6-0 lead. In the bottom half, Sean Manaea would return. He'd face one batter, allowed an infield single to Edmundo Sosa. Then Phil Maton and Ryan Stanek would scatter a couple of hits. Phillies would get a couple of runs on an RBI single by Bryce Harper and an RBI single by Nick Castellanos to make it 6-2. We went to the bottom of the 8th inning. Carlos Estevez took over. He walked the pinch hitter, J.D. Martinez, and after a fielding error with 2 outs, runners were at first and second for Francisco Lindor.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a liner towards first. Fair ball. Base hit. Going off the right field jutting stance to Castellanos in right. That'll get Martinez home. They will hold Taylor at third, and diving into second with a double and a run batted in is Francisco Lindor, and the Mets have increased their lead to 7-2.
Lindor with an RBI double on to the 9th. Ryan Stanek returned with a 5-run lead. JT Realmuto lined out. Bryson Stott popped out, and the last chance for Philadelphia was Cody Clemens.
1-2 the count. Stanek sets, now the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, put it in the books. Ryan Stanek blows a fastball by Cody Clemens. The Mets have won the ball game, and they have taken a 2-1 lead in the National League Division Series. Game 4 against the Phillies right back here tomorrow night.
So the Mets with a chance to close it out tomorrow. We'll take one final break, wrap up the Verizon Mets postgame show on the other side. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
If you heat your home with oil, you must hear this message. Low-price home heating oil is now available to all our Mets Radio listeners at a fixed price that can save you hundreds of dollars a year on your home heating bill. If you think you're paying too much to heat your home, then pick up your phone, dial 866-OIL-DEAL right now to see how much you can save on heating oil. The Home Heating Oil Service Center is staffed 24/7, and mechanics are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure your family is never left in the cold. Just dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL. The heating oil line is now open for Mets Radio listeners. Think you're paying too much for your home heating oil or service? Call the Home Heating Oil line now to see how much you can save off your home heating costs. Don't wait. There is no reason to pay too much for home heating oil. You can get the best service, 24-hour mechanics, and a low flat rate for this home heating season, guaranteed. So call now. Dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Applies to 2024 Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa base models. Trim level described with higher MSRP. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP excludes $13.90 destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Hey, baseball fans, check out ThriveWell Infusion. Trusted choice in IV therapy among physicians to experience high-quality care from the highly trained medical staff at ThriveWell. ThriveWell Infusion understands that it can be stressful when receiving an infusion, but it doesn't have to be when you're in one of their private, state-of-the-art infusion suites. Let ThriveWell handle your infusion needs so you can focus on the game. Visit us at thrivewellinfusion.com. That's thrivewellinfusion.com. Saving lives drip by drip.
What have we learned from baseball? Nothing ever goes according to plan. Accidents happen when you least expect them. If you've been injured, visit the Rothenberg Law Firm at injurylawyer.com.
Welcome back as we wrap up the Verizon Mets postgame show. 7-2 win in Game 3 for the New York Mets over the Philadelphia Phillies. They did so with 2 home runs tonight. For every home run hit by the Mets this season, a donation is made to an undergraduate student at the College of New Jersey, the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. One of those was off the bat of Jesse Winker. It went 399 feet. The long drive of the game is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. That'll do it for our coverage from Citi Field. Pitching matchup tomorrow. Couple of left-handers. Jose Quintana gets the ball against Ranger Suarez. That'll do it for our coverage from Citi Field. We're back at it. Same time, same place. 5:08 with our pregame coverage beginning at 4:25. For Ray Martell, Jack McCarthy, Meredith Frank, Howie Rose, Keith Brad, and the immortal Chris Majkowski, I'm Pat McCarthy saying so long from Queens. Once again, the final score, the New York Mets 7 and the Philadelphia Phillies 2. We'll talk to you tomorrow for Game 4 of the National League Division Series. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
This has been the Verizon Mets postgame show. Save big when you switch to the network New York City relies on. Head to your local Verizon store and check out the latest deals. Also brought to you by Flagstar Bank NA. Visit them at flagstar.com. Smash Burger, 100% certified Angus beef burgers, fries, shakes, and more. The College of New Jersey, the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. Orlin and Cohen Orthopedic Group. We've got specialists for that. And by 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
Mets.
This is Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum in Kansas City and host of the award-winning SiriusXM podcast, Black Diamonds. I want you to picture this. 100 years ago, the Kansas City Monarchs and the Hilldale Athletic Club trotting onto a dusty field at the Baker Bowl in Philadelphia to begin the first ever Negro Leagues World Series. A packed house and 5 members of the Baseball Hall of Fame in action. But who knew that those athletes of 1924 would share so much in common with the stars a century later?
Shohei Ohtani, the first player to have a 50-50 season.
Bullet Rogan was doing that a century ago. Biz Mackey's defensive prowess and leadership would rival that of a modern-day great like Adley Rushman.
Throw to second base by Rutschman is in time.
These legends of the Negro Leagues laid the foundation for the game we love today.
Jordan does it again. Who's your daddy?
demonstrating the same level of talent, passion, and excellence that we see in stars like Mookie Betts and Aaron Judge.
A breathtaking home run by Aaron Judge.
The 1924 Negro League World Series wasn't just baseball. It was a powerful statement of what could be achieved despite the barriers of the time. And now, with players from all over the world representing countless backgrounds, the Fall Classic is truly the World Series.
Walks it off for the Guardians, and this place is bananas.
Welcome to the 2024 postseason.
For full postseason coverage and 24/7 baseball talk, tune into MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89, and the SXM app.
Sirius XM FC on channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Tuesday, October the 8th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the Major League Baseball playoffs, 5:08 p.m., New York Mets take on the Philadelphia Phillies. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 857. Phillies on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 80. 9:08 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the LA Dodgers. Padres on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 862. Dodgers on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 853. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 81. Spanish feed on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 870. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Tuesday, October the 8th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the Major League Baseball playoffs, 5:08 p.m., New York Mets take on the Philadelphia Phillies. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 857. Phillies on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 80. 9:08 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the LA Dodgers. Padres on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 862. Dodgers on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 853. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 81. Spanish feed on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 870. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Tuesday, October the 8th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the Major League Baseball playoffs, 5:08 p.m., New York Mets take on the Philadelphia Phillies. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 857. Phillies on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 80. 9:08 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the LA Dodgers. Padres on Sirius and XM channels 89,